All right, test on the audio. Sounds good to me. All right, we're gonna get rolling. We've seen the storms go up here while kind of setting up the stream, and I realize this is gonna be probably a longer stream. So, while things were somewhat behaving, I grabbed a quick dinner and just kind of kept it in full coverage mode here on the radar, so you can see a little bit of everything going on. You may have seen me working a little bit here while I was finishing dinner on getting a couple of different camera perspectives up. When there were more severe storms earlier in the East Coast, I had a couple East Coast cameras, shifted those. So we got a ton of cameras ready to go and radar analysis and all that. And it's going to be probably a longer night across especially the plains. And we can really see that cluster of storms over the last hour or so really starting to develop across the extreme eastern Texas panhandle, right basically at the Texas panhandle and the Oklahoma state line. Those are now starting to move through Oklahoma, and we'll push towards the I-35 corridor a little bit quicker than some of the models had earlier, so we'll see about that. And then we've had kind of a little bit of another cluster of storms going up north of Oklahoma City, now working into southeast Kansas. The newest watch is a tornado watch out for the Ozarks. Little iffy. It's a little bit conditional. There's going to be storms in the Ozarks, as basically these eventually are going to kind of line out and proceed to the east. However, there is a bit of a conditional threat for some storms developing out ahead of that line of storms. Those are what could be severe. So may get a couple rounds of severe storms in the Ozarks with some isolated hail and a couple tornadoes. And then that line sweeps through and with some damaging wind threat especially. But the models have been pretty consistent. As far as maybe about an hour or two ago, the models have still been really consistent at kind of degrading the storms once they get into western Missouri. So we'll see exactly how far severe they can get into Missouri. Right now, that's a little bit of a question mark too. And then we do have isolated severe storms. They were a little bit more scattered in nature earlier. They are starting to wind down across the mid-Atlantic. There are a couple severe warnings, one near Dover, Delaware, and then one into West Virginia. So we'll get into that in just a couple minutes. We'll take a look at kind of top to bottom or east to west. We'll look at all the different radar setups. This is a little bit of the national look. You can see a couple different slight risks today. The one across the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic, a large area of marginal risk, kind of connects everything. And then we have slight risk from Kansas City down to Springfield and Branson area, and then back through northwest Arkansas, down to about the Fort Worth area, and then down towards the Big Bend. That's our slight risk. Within that, there is an enhanced risk. This was added yesterday as the Storm Prediction Center got a little more confident on this area in here, the enhanced risk for kind of an all hazards threat, but especially large hail and damaging winds. However, I will say, as these storms start to cluster together, we'll see if that large hail verifies. I'm not sure it will. Generally, as we have more mesoscale convective systems, they tend to lean towards the wind, embedded supercellular features, some embedded tornadoes. But with more discrete cells, we may get some larger hail, especially in this corridor up north of Oklahoma City. I think that area could still verify for some larger hail, but yeah, we'll see about the larger hail. But here is the hail risk. You can see there's also the conditional intensity 1 for some big boy hail, some 2-inch diameter hail. The wind risk is similar. There is some wind risk also in those slight, basically those slight risks across the east are wind-driven slight risks. There has been some hail out there, some larger hail in West Virginia and Kentucky earlier. So that's, I think, yeah, that's actually overperformed in the hail category a little bit, as the hail threat was actually really conditional and slim today. There was a conditional intensity guidance for tornadoes today. We'll see about that. I don't think we're going to get much out here anymore for that. The conditional intensity guidance, I'll hold my criticism for now. Some of it has verified really well. It did earlier when they first started it. Some of it has not verified great. And that, if that holds, will be another one that doesn't verify good. We, I think, are going to get some verification out here, though. The plane's a little bit different setup. We have a 5% tornado risk there in that brown color, and it is hatched for the conditional intensity, so we may get a couple stronger tornadoes, and I do think there's a chance of that. Kind of like that tornado watch, I question how far that intensity gets into Missouri. A lot of the models have been pretty consistent at basically weakening storms as they get across into the I-49 corridor. So we'll see. Again, most of this, I think, is going to be if any of these storms really go up kind of in the next hour or so out ahead of the cluster that develops. But back here, I think that's where we have a pretty decent chance to get at least a couple tornadoes, and a couple of those could be strong. So if you're in that Oklahoma City area, things have kind of been around you, but not in Oklahoma City. Definitely stay tuned. Follow us here, and also follow your local news. Oklahoma City, the news pros there are really professional, major league kind of type meteorologists. So Oklahoma City well covered for meteorology, but definitely have ways to get warnings, especially as these get into the after sunset hour. So that's a look at that. We'll probably talk about it later on the stream if we get some time, but there has been adjustments to Thursday's risk. It was a little bit small and a little bit north, like yesterday. And actually, the Storm Prediction Center got, I would consider it a fair amount of criticism that they had the slight risk very well to the north. That has been expanded, as well as an enhanced risk. You can see there across northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, and southeast Iowa as a low kind of develops out here, and will track this way through the day tomorrow. Out ahead of that could be some pretty strong storms. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets bumped back a little bit. It'll depend on how quickly that low kind of ejects. So we may get a little better sense of this, possibly even on the stream later today. So I wouldn't be surprised if Des Moines, you guys get maybe bumped back into the slight or even enhanced risk. So that's tomorrow. Yeah, there's been some changes there. I wouldn't be surprised if that changes more as that forecast gets refined, but the tornado threat looks like it's increased for tomorrow, and that is probably pretty accurate. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets backfilled a little bit and just shifted a little bit back to the southwest again. The wind threat, they've ramped up that. Pretty good confidence of wind. Interesting, it's not CIG. And so is the hail. Interesting, that's not CIG either. But the tornado threat is. And this is another one. They put the CIG tornado threat all the way up into the northern lower peninsula of Michigan. I think they're overfilling a little bit of the CIG, but I will hold some criticism until we get more data in. It's only about a month old, and data is key. So to see performance like that, I really am curious on seeing it over time and seeing if how the trends are on that. Friday, another big severe weather day, potentially back into Iowa and then down across Missouri, Kansas, and back into Oklahoma. This is going to change a little bit based on Friday. And we may get severe weather Saturday and Sunday, although nothing official by the Storm Prediction Center. They have not issued any day 4, day 5 risks. So that's kind of the lay of the land. It looks like we've lost most of our warnings across the East Coast while I've been chatting. Let's just take a look quickly here. Most of those stronger storms have pushed away from the Washington, D.C. metro. A couple stronger storms riding the Mason-Dixon line. This one is one to watch as it works up towards Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The Millersville University, really good meteorology program right in that area. You may get some sampling of that severe storm, or not severe storm, but marginally strong storm. This was that severe warning storm over the Smyrna area in Delaware. It's crossing the Delaware Bay right now, and now just newly issued severe thunderstorm warning there in southern Jersey. That is for northwestern Cumberland and Salem counties there in southwest Jersey. And that's going to come off the Delaware Bay. A couple other stronger storms working into the Delmarva. You may get a couple other warnings out there. Yeah, and then we've had some pretty decent hail in here. 1 3/4 inch hail earlier observed, 1.5 inches. Also, a little bit of flooding is possible there. I see some flash flood warnings. Looks like they are going to let this, well, for the most part, they're going to let most of this severe thunderstorm watch expire. there are some stronger storms in here south of Morgantown towards Grafton, and then south of Parkersburg. And then also another one pretty strong coming into West Virginia and also southern Ohio around Ashland and approaching Huntington, West Virginia. So we may get another warning or two out of those. Yeah, there was a couple bigger storms in Kentucky earlier, especially eastern Kentucky. And then let's go over here. This is the look here at the Midwest. I will also highlight, it may be hard to see a little bit because it's in green and so is our land cover. But in this area into western and west central Missouri, there is a flood watch. Yeah, flood watch for rounds of heavy storms. Right now, just a kind of scattering of storms going up into west central Missouri. There is a severe warning. One of our newer warnings out here is near El Dorado Springs and Collins, north of Humansville on US or Missouri Route 13. And that is a storm drifting northeast at 20, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. That's for northeastern Cedar and south central St. Clair counties in Missouri. And yeah, that's drifting towards the Highway 13 corridor, with the hail core right in here approaching areas around Collins and Wablo, Missouri. Kansas City, a couple showers and storms down towards Lawrence, and also north of you guys up towards Lathrop. St. Louis quiet for now. All right, back into the Tulsa metro. Tulsa quiet for now, but storms have really built up here in the last hour or so. They're going pretty strong now across areas like Ponca City, up towards the areas around Cedar Val in Kansas. Severe warning there for ping pong ball size hail coming towards Fairfax and Ralston over Sooner Lake. There's your hail core in here. Up in the Pawnee Nation, Ralston, Fairfax. It's going to get pretty loud and bumpy there today. And then I do want to look here. It's an interesting feature. Yeah, there is rotation in here. Some very broad rotation right now around Sooner Lake. And then another one kind of up in this comma head that is north, coming up towards Burbank. I feel like I want to switch the view. Yeah, let's just get a different view for today, for right now. Yeah, there's Burbank right there, Fairfax here. So you can kind of see the circulation in here, a little bit of a comma head feature. And yeah, a couple areas of broad rotation in there. Nothing tornadic right now. They're lifting off to the north and east. This one here is a little bit of an embedded supercell. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And then, yeah, broad rotation up on that comma head. Sometimes this can create a little bit of a localized low pressure feature and accentuate the damaging wind threat on the southern side of that broad feature. So we'll look for that, especially towards Fairfax. That may accentuate that wind threat coming towards you guys. And you can kind of see that as that kind of bows out. And it does have kind of a little bit of a bow shape feature. So areas like Barnsdall, Pawhuska, Fairfax, keep an eye on that storm. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes considerable threat. It already has a pretty good hail core, but if the winds pick up in that, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds in there. Across southern parts of Kansas right now, it's just a big cluster of storms that's really messy. But there's some stronger ones in here near Fredonia, moving up towards Humboldt. And then just kind of, yeah, have a messy cluster of storms right now, but we may get some severe warnings out of there. And then back here into Oklahoma, things are really starting to line up. We've had a couple stronger storms across the areas north of Oklahoma City. Let's actually just kind of back it up and we'll take these one at a time. Coming towards Stillwater near Perry, $50 size hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little bit of rotation in there as well near Orlando. So we'll keep an eye on that storm. You can kind of see it, kind of sickle cell shape, a little bit inflow in here. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It is a little bit of a supercell in this cluster. That looks kind of like that. Moving generally towards that Stillwater area along Oklahoma Highway 51. Back here, $50 size hail around Dover to Crescent. Take a look. A little bit of rotation in there too. Actually, maybe a little bit, but it's maybe a little bit of contamination there in that one. And then there are a couple rotating storms down here near Weatherford, ping pong ball size hail, and this storm near Cordell. Ooh, I don't like that. There's so many. They literally marked off like every street name in here. All right, we're gonna go back to my usual setup. Yeah, this one I had to kind of zoom in to get street names, but better than whatever that was. Yeah, that one definitely has a hail core in here, just east of Bessie and then north of New Cordell, near approaching that Weatherford area. We have other cells, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, mostly just general thunderstorms right now from Cheyenne, Elk City, Sayre, and then things get a little bit feistier down here. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. You can see that bow feature in here for Hobart, down towards Snyder, and eventually towards Cache. We have above me here, this is a look out of the Lawton area looking west. So it's generally looking towards these storms. It's gotten a lot darker in the last little bit there looking at this camera. A little bit of that is the sun going down, but that is generally looking towards this storm structure. And you can see earlier the contrast between some clear skies and then the clouds. But those are definitely moving in the direction of the Lawton area. Yeah, pretty good wind in there. And then the newest cell is a supercell that we have to watch near Vernon, Texas. And that is going to be coming up towards Frederick and Hollister. And cells going up a little further down towards Guthrie in West Texas. And now we have a new considerable threat for areas around Sweetwater and Colorado City down in Texas. These are new storms that have gone up very quickly in the last few minutes. Yeah, so new storms going up all the way down through Odessa. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm watch for areas around Abilene, San Angelo, Brady, down here into west central Texas. So that's going to cover that. We've had no tornado warnings. And actually, I don't think we've had any tornado warnings all day. So that's interesting. They may expand this flood watch. There is a mesoscale discussion that stretches down into areas around the larger than that, all the way down kind of like this. So they may expand this flood watch. And then let's get the newest information on this severe thunderstorm watch. It's effective until 2 a.m. Central from 7:05. Yeah, they just launched it at 7:05 Central. Scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts, 80 miles an hour possible, scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, and a tornado or two for scattered severe storms that are expected to intensify. We also have a couple mesoscale discussions going on for that cluster of storms that's evolving and strengthening near the triple point around Childress, Texas. That is in this area here with the considerable threat. Basically, I think for that storm and that cluster of storms that's approaching the Red River around Hollister, Frederick, and Davidson, Oklahoma. Let's see, additional shear. And yeah, things are going to get, I think, a little crazier for the tornadoes within the next hour or so, hour or two. That 8 o'clock time frame in the central time zone, the low-level jet kicks in, adds a little extra moisture, adds some very low-level rotation, and tends to get things a little bit feistier. We've had some big tornadoes in recent years, especially in Oklahoma, when that low-level jet kicks in. That's been a feature last year, the year before, around Ardmore, around Shawnee, the Barnsdall tornado. So there's been a number of them. Holdenville a year or two ago. So Oklahoma can get pretty crazy when that low-level jet kicks in. I'm really watching this storm, especially right now around Vernon, Texas. And don't know if we have any cameras that way, but let me look and see if we do. Vernon, Texas. We do have a camera in that area. It's directly under the storm, so I'm not sure it's going to give us a... Not sure if it's going to play. Sometimes these remote cameras can be a little finicky, especially when there is a large hail. I think that camera is actually like right under that hail core. So that's going to probably be a no-go there on that camera right now. But I'll keep playing with it in a little bit, and we'll see if it can click over for us. Okay. Yeah, we have a lot of cameras in place. Wichita Falls and that area in northern Texas, we got cameras there. Oklahoma City, Lawton, we got cameras all over there. Kansas, this is in southeast Kansas right now. Come on, load. The storm's kind of in that area. Not a big traffic jam. So if you're headed out of work there in southeast Kansas, traffic looks like it's flowing very good. And then also just moved some cameras around earlier. I was saying from the East Coast cams to this is Northwest Arkansas. It may get a little feisty there in a couple hours as well. This storm is definitely starting to wrap up a little bit. It's starting to get a little bit of a localized area of rotation. We'll start to see if that can really define itself. We can kind of see this RFD surge starting to wrap up in here. We have inflow right over the Vernon area. So if you're in Vernon in Texas, or if you know anyone, get ready to take your tornado safety precautions. Hey, how's it going tonight, ST Nguyen? Hope you're doing good. You're up in the Midwest, right? In the northern Midwest. We'll talk about that if we get time here too. And where are my warnings here? I don't need every winter warning on, but I do want some. Okay. Yeah, that is a whole nother side of this. We have a massive area of winter weather across the northern plains and the upper Midwest. I was expecting this to happen. Areas in Wisconsin may get a quarter of an inch or more of ice. So they've converted some of those winter storm watches and warnings over to ice storm warnings. Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Wausau, Stevens Point, Black River Falls, over towards Appleton, Wisconsin. And then we have winter storm warnings, Minneapolis up through Marquette, Michigan, and also north of Duluth. Wouldn't be surprised if we see more fill in there. And this is only kind of round one of the winter weather. There's going to be more by late Thursday into Friday. I think even more following that. So across areas like the northern parts of Michigan, and especially central northern Wisconsin, much of Minnesota, and then into the Dakotas, it's pretty wintry right now too. You can see there's other winter storm warnings across the Rockies, pretty typical for this time of year. So we'll keep an eye on those too. Okay, they've dropped the severe thunderstorm warning for that storm around Osceola. Yeah, that's come down a little bit around Collins, Missouri. These Missouri storms are not severe right now. We're definitely losing a lot of the punch across parts of West Virginia. These storms seem to be calming down quite a bit. Let's go back to our severe warning storm in Jersey. It's about to head over towards the areas around Deerfield. A little bit of a hail core in here. Canton, Hopewell Township, Bridgeton, and Alloway. But those storms do seem to be decreasing a little bit in intensity too, as well as that one around Peakway, south of Millersville in Pennsylvania. Okay, good. Sometimes it can get a little crazy if we're bouncing around to different areas. We will keep an eye on the mid-Atlantic. So if you do have friends and family watching back east, we will keep an eye on you. But it looks like, as kind of expected, the severe weather threat is really kind of concentrating in here on the plains. And so far, it's all been north of Tulsa. Let's go look at the, they've actually backed off some of the hail threat in this storm. That storm around Fairfax with some broad rotation and Burbank. And then we do have that $half size hailstorm coming towards the Stillwater area, just on that heels around Crescent. Good news is, yeah, both of these storms, they have some wind in them, but we're not seeing like the 70-mile-an-hour wind, so we're not seeing fully wind-driven hail with those two storms. This is a really nasty storm. It's gone considerable threat for areas around Weatherford. It does have some rotation in it. Weatherford, you guys are now in this warning polygon. That is Washita, Caddo, Custer, and Blaine counties in northwestern Oklahoma. Moving northeast at 25. Yeah, there's our hail core in here just south of Clinton and southeast of Clinton. Boy, that's not great. It's coming basically right towards Weatherford. Let's get some times up on this one at 25. All right, so there's your impact areas. Weatherford about 19 minutes. Hydro about 36. And then if it holds together just outside of the current warning polygon, Bridgeport about 60, about an hour to Bridgeport. There's Hydro and there's Weatherford. This is I-40. That is a heavily traveled interstate. So dangerous travel there. Lime-sized hail, considerable threat coming your way. Watching a little bit of rotation. So far, the rotation has been behaving itself. And then we do have the other considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour wind. You can see this one, as I kind of mentioned earlier on the stream, as this kind of clusters together, we should get less hail. So this is not a hail threat right now. It's mostly a wind threat. There are a couple little spins and things in here to keep our eye on. And that may intensify later here as we follow this. And then I am really a little worried about this tail end Charlie here. Considerable threat for tennis balls. It does have broad rotation, and we're decently close to the radar though. So as this approaches the radar, it may get really close to the radar, which could interfere with what we're seeing a little bit. But yeah, it hasn't totally wrapped up that area of rotation yet. So that's been a good thing there, that it hasn't fully organized right over the Vernon, Texas area. And then we have 60-mile-an-hour winds through areas around Benjamin, Texas, and then over a little bit less populated area, Theala, I think that's how you say it, and Parsley Hill in Texas. Those are well west of Wichita Falls at the moment. Also have the other considerable threat for areas around Robbie, Hamlin, and Sweetwater, Texas. The storm is interesting. Yeah, we're pretty close to the radar too. Not everybody's going to see the wind in here. Yeah, there's pockets of some pretty heavy wind and hail. But like areas like Sweetwater, you may actually end up splitting the difference if you can get kind of through this little area here. There's a little bit of a gap in some of the stronger activity. So yeah, kind of looking at a couple different hail cores in here that are going to be feistier than others. How's it going, Highland? Hope all is well. Have you gotten much weather today? No, that's kind of north of you guys. We've had a couple stronger storms into Virginia today. Doesn't look like too much is going on in western parts of the Carolinas. If anyone's watching and you have interest in the Carolinas, especially the Asheville area, right? Morgantown, west of Charlotte, that kind of area, I give Highland Weather a follow. Yeah, so far we've had a little bit of underperformance on the hail, and we've had no tornado warnings yet. Let me see here. The other mesoscale discussion that's up right now is for a couple of tornado-producing storms, potentially in the next few hours. As I was mentioning earlier, the low-level jet looks like the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, is watching that too. Strengthening low-level jet should promote supercell clusters, and it looks like they're expecting some of those storms in northeast Oklahoma, north and west of the Tulsa area to continue to intensify with some embedded supercellular features. That's for areas in southeast Kansas around Independence, Coffeyville, and then down towards, basically for that cluster of storms right in here is kind of where the mesoscale discussion is. Right now, this is, I think, one of our stronger storms in Oklahoma. The considerable threat with the lime-sized hail, some rotation in this storm near Weatherford. Yeah, it's not super organized yet, but there is some rotation in there. Is that our closest radar? Is our closest radar. A little further from the radar there. Up towards Weatherford. But yeah, that hail core is coming like center line for you guys. So Hydra, Weatherford, prepare for a damaging hailstorm. Yeah, you guys have almost skipped basically to summer with kind of those pulse thunderstorms across the southeast. Yeah, it's been kind of quiet for that part of the Carolinas so far. Hey Sarah, how's it going? Yep, finally. I think we're done with most of the snow and the winter weather across most of this area. Definitely getting into tornado season. But yeah, keeping an eye on some snow and ice, especially across Wisconsin, is something to watch. I think the severe weather is going to get a lot of the coverage the next couple days. But that winter weather across the upper Midwest and northern plains, I'm glad I'm not living there. I like snow. I like winter weather, but if it's April, it's time to get the beach stuff out. It's time to get the barbecue going. And yeah, just I'm not into snow in April. The wind threat is there is, I think, a threat for wind-driven hail in this area just north of Vernon. And the hail core has actually come up quite a bit in this. Ooh. Yeah, there's a pretty good hail core in here. Around Hines, Texas, just north of Vernon. Can look at that a couple different ways. Correlation coefficient. Technically, correlation coefficient isn't the best at finding hail. I just tend to use it because it's on my trigger finger for looking at severe weather anyway. So it generally isn't maybe the best to look at hail, but it does, especially if we're decently close to the radar, it does show up decently with correlation coefficient. It can get a little bit of a confusing look. But that hail core is also showing up in the differential right in there around Hines. These are similar products, but they show different things. The correlation coefficient kind of shows non-meteorological targets. It shows essentially targets of different sizes and shapes. And if you ever see hail, it's not like a perfect snowball. They are spiky, jagged, weird shapes, especially as they kind of bobble around in the thunderstorm. Some are a little bit more ball shaped, but they have little spikes and stuff on them. Yeah, I think some people think hail is very like smooth, but it's not. So that's what the correlation coefficient is picking up. And then there is also raindrops in here. So we're seeing, kind of a mix of larger hailstorm stones and raindrops, and essentially kind of like looking at debris. The radar sees all this and says, like, these are not the same size objects as the meteorological targets. So that's one way that correlation coefficient can see hail. Some of the other spectrum width, I don't use that too much, this classification. It just it's a little bit, it's not high def, but especially the differential shows hail in a little bit different format. But this is looking at a little bit differently than the correlation coefficient is looking at the different kind of shape and vertical shape of things. So that also shows up with hail. And that one shows a little more precisely, I think, than the correlation coefficient. It's fairly close. We're also close to the radar, so that helps that everything's lined up. Just north of Hines, if you're just north of Hines, Texas, that's a bad day. That's a real bad day. Tennis ball size hail. Come on. Yeah, still trying to get a localized area of rotation. This would be just north or just east of Weatherford along Highway 287. That's US Highway 287. Watching some of that rotation pick up in here. It hasn't fully wrapped itself yet. We really need, I think, a good tightening surge of RFD. But this is a supercell in here. We have the forward flank downdraft kind of fanning out this way. A big hail core off that way. And inflow funneling in. Kind of misdrew that one. Sometimes the drilling tool has a mind of its own. But inflow basically funneling in here. Actually, the forward flank also channels a little bit of inflow that way. So it's all kind of funneling up into the updraft. But it's not super tight yet. And actually, I forget we can do this sometimes, but there is kind of the vertical look of this. Yeah, so we can see kind of right into that little updraft pocket. This would be where the tornado would develop. Right in this area. Yeah, there's your inflow notch. You can see that in the 3D. That's pretty cool. Right in here. See, this is kind of the RFD flanking line, how it wraps in here. Here's your forward flank and that forward flank downdraft. And then everything is funneling towards this little channel in here. And just like water, air acts like a liquid in the atmosphere. And if you funnel water into a tighter spot, you can see the velocity increases on that. So it's a very similar, I'm kind of simplifying it a little bit. There's a lot of other complex features going on, but it's similar process in general to that. And yeah, we can see that funneling in there. This is really cool. So radar technology is pretty cool these days. And just think, even like not that long ago, we didn't have access to correlation coefficient or any of those type of products. That stuff only started around 2011. Obviously, it was in development and testing a little earlier than that, but really kind of publicly available around 2011. So we really only had those for about 14 years. We can see the different sizes and direction and speeds of different objects in the storm. That is really cool, especially because we're so close to the radar site. That's helping to see the feature of that supercell. And then look how tall this is. This goes up. Let me get out of the 3D for that. Come on. Uh-oh. Somehow jammed it permanently into 3D. Okay, there it goes. That is an intensifying supercell. Considerable threat there. Still hasn't really localized that area of rotation yet. But you want to take a look. We won't go back to 3D for it. I can go to the echo tops. And actually, we're gonna lose a little bit of echo tops because we're gonna get too close to the radar. So the beam's gonna shoot under the top of the storm. But a few minutes ago, yeah, those echo tops are pushing 55 to probably even 60,000 feet. That's close to about twice as high as a lot of commercial jets. And that is the type of updraft that can go up to the top of the troposphere and push that updraft that high that we can get some really big hail out of this. So that's why we're getting this considerable threat for tennis ball size hail. And I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe even get some reports of higher than tennis balls. Speaking of low-level jet, I've had a camera up here for a little while. This is out of Wichita Falls, and the last couple minutes, there's some lightning on the horizon there. Just saw a pretty bright flash, kind of right in this area under the where it says US 281. So keep an eye on this area back in here, but just started shaking pretty decently. That may be the sign of the low-level jet starting to kick in around this time of the evening, especially across the plains. Wow. That's impressive. Storms have actually backed off a little bit. I'm interested in these storms. These are the storms that the Storm Prediction Center actually highlighted for strengthening supercells over the next little while. But they've actually backed off since we started this stream. Still is a little bit of broad rotation around Fairfax, but we lost that secondary area of rotation. So still watching these storms. The wind has come down. The hail has come down. There's a couple little hail cores in here. Could have close to an inch in diameter hail. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit in there around Fairfax too. But we're not seeing those tennis balls like we did earlier. Thanks, Highland. You too. I know things have been kind of quiet, but I'm sure it'll get active further in the spring for you guys too. Looks like they've added a couple counties to the tornado watch. I was kind of curious if they would do that. Let me move radars so we can see that a little better. Yeah, they've it was one of those situations where there's one tornado watch here, and then there was one tornado watch here, and there's like two counties that weren't in it. They've filled those in, so that makes sense. Yeah, our other tornado watch I was a little bit skeptical of has been pretty quiet. And again, this area is going to get severe weather, especially if you're closer to the Kansas border later tonight, according to the models. We still haven't really seen that line feature fully develop, but if it does, which the models still, let me kind of take a look. The latest model. Loading. Yeah, the models still fill in a lot of storms. I'll bring this over for you guys too. Latest HRRR run. That's kind of where we are right now. Yeah, that tornado watch I think is kind of was for this kind of stuff, for these kind of individual cells that may form kind of out ahead of the main cluster. Still a little conditional, I think, up here. And so far things are pretty messy compared to what the models are saying, but you can see how by about 9-10 o'clock the model really wants to cluster everything up. And we may get some hail and embedded tornadoes, but that's by about midnight central. And it wants to kind of weaken it once it gets deeper into Missouri. So I'm interested in that because the model has been pretty consistent on that for the last couple days. With maybe some stronger storms getting to that 65 corridor around Springfield. But I just don't see a lot of model data. That shows like a lot of storms, severe anyway, that get out into this area where there's a tornado watch. So we'll see. How late does that go? That goes 5 hours until 1 a.m. So yeah, we'll see. I think the better chance at a tornado is anything that kind of comes and can organize out of this, kind of in that area that, especially this area that along the 49 corridor, west of Springfield towards Joplin, Carthage, Nevada, up to about Harrisonville, south of Kansas City, maybe towards Warrensburg. Because right now, none of these storms that are kind of lifting across this area are that severe. And I don't see any really uptrending either. And yeah, for this area to get a lot of action, we'd have to kind of see stuff starting to develop back across here and lifting up this way. So, I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Definitely have ways to get warnings, especially if you're in a tornado watch situation. I'm just kind of calling it like I see it. And I'm a little skeptical of that area, but still, only takes one. If that one tornado warning and tornado is approaching your house, then that's a bad day. This area is a little bit of an area to watch. Some wind in here, and then there are some embedded features still in this area. There's that area around Fairfax that we highlighted earlier with some rotation there, approaching Pawhuska, Oklahoma. We'll keep an eye on that one. I'm going to kind of stair step back down, and we'll take a look at that supercell that we highlighted earlier. Those storms are kind of behaving. Severe storms embedded, $half size hail for both of those. Crescent, Marshall, over towards north and west of Stillwater. And then, ooh, not great here. Lime size hail, considerable threat coming into Weatherford. We called you guys out earlier. And there is some broad rotation. We're looking up a little bit in the storm, but there is broad rotation in there. Let me check the timing on this. Yeah, still moving at 25. So if I take it from the kind of the leading edge of the hail core, let's get some of those towns back in here. Weatherford, it's basically now. And then areas like Geary, about 58 minutes still to get out there. 46 towards Bridgeport and 20 towards Hydro. If it does hold together, Calumet maybe around hour and a half plus kind of time frame. And then we've lost our considerable threat on this cell. Let's take a look here. Yeah, there is wind still in here. You have to watch these comma heads. Sometimes those can create little vortices in here and then accentuate that wind threat on the southern flank. But that's coming up towards Carnegie, Mountain View, Anadarko. We'll keep an eye on that for you guys. 60-mile-an-hour winds in Hedrick earlier, about a half hour ago. And yeah, we have, where'd it go? Our other camera. Kansas, Arkansas, Oklahoma. This is out of the Lawton area. Maybe hints of a shelf cloud. It's hard to see the definition fully on here, but it's getting a little bit of definition. We'll kind of get that as we get closer to it. And yes, I almost just whacked myself in the face. Starting to see a little bit of definition in the clouds. So those are generally headed towards the Lawton area. They have weakened some just in the last few minutes, although there may be some false weakening just because there are some heavy storms approaching the radar site and basically over the radar. That may make these storms look a little less impressive on radar. And still seeing that hail core here for the tennis ball size hail. They've added the tornado possible tag. I like that idea, even though it hasn't localized yet. It's still possible in here around Okla Union. And that tornado or kind of mesocyclone, if it does kind of continue to strengthen, probably headed up in a path like this. From that Okla Union area across the Red River and then towards Loveland and Grandfield. Keep an eye on that. About an hour away from you guys. If it holds together towards Walters, about 120 minutes. And then a little bit further north, this would be the hail core coming up. Probably not quite to the Lawton area. Let me include you guys just in case. Yeah, I do want to include you guys just in case, but Hollister, about 37 minutes. Actually, let me double check the timing on this. Yes, it's also going at 25, so correct timing. Hollister, about 37 minutes. Loveland, about 47. Chattanooga, 70 minutes, and then over 100 minutes, over an hour and a half to get to that area around Geronimo and Lawton, if that hail core holds together. So if you're out here, Chattanooga, Oklahoma, Lawton, Faxon, Geronimo, you got a minute or two. keep us on your stream, but head out, leave your TV and computer for a minute, head out and put the car in the carport of the garage, because there is a possibility of some significant hail later this evening. That's one of the stronger storms right now, as well as that storm around Weatherford. And then we do have some stronger storms also in Texas right now. Aspermont, new warning here for 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. And that one's moving northeast at 35 for Stonewall County. And then there's still considerable threat for these cells around Sweetwater, especially some windy air cells there west of Sweetwater, and another one up north of Hamlin. Wouldn't be surprised if they issue maybe a new warning on that cell right there. They kind of warn this whole line segment, but some of it is broken up. Some of it's stronger than others. And then we have stronger storms, some new storms that are going up all the way back down towards the Big Bend into West Texas. Keep an eye on those. Basically back down along the dry line. Midland, Big Spring, down through Crane and Big Lake. And may even get some storms down towards Sanderson. Have any, sometimes we can see this Del Rio radar. Sometimes, especially later in the spring and summer, there are sometimes some big hail producing supercells out in the higher terrain in northern Mexico. I don't see any here tonight. I was just going to check and see if my reports are on, because usually local storm reports. Usually we would get, and we have it on for the 12 hours. Interesting. There are spotters out here. There's probably a lot of chasers. So if we had a lot of severe weather, we should be getting those reports in. I'm surprised we haven't yet. Around Altus, there is a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, but yeah, that's probably why it's gone back to considerable threat. It might just be that there's not a ton of like trees out in this area, and there are some rugged terrain out here with the Wichita Mountains and stuff. So maybe it's just not as populated, so we haven't gotten any reports yet. But I feel like generally if there's a swath of considerable threat, generally we'll see a ton of different reports. This camera's still rocking and rolling pretty good in the Wichita area. That's that low-level jet kicking in. And looking off to the northwest, we are starting to see some lightning from this big supercell along the Red River. That camera is kind of pointed this way, so we're starting to see some of that lightning along that forward flank of that storm. And it has gotten darker as well, not just in the just losing daylight, but the clouds have gotten darker. Again, that lightning has been kind of showing up just south of where it marks the highway there, 281. So look in this area. That is a nasty hail core. The strongest hail is just approaching the Davidson, Oklahoma. That's going to be just across the Red River there. Still being warned for tennis ball sized hail. And this storm's been interesting. It hasn't fully localized that area of rotation yet. Still kind of a broad inflow region. A little bit of an RFD surge. We'll keep an eye on that. And we are really close to the radar site, so we're getting a pretty good look at that. They did extend out that considerable threat for Rule, Haskell, and Stamford, Texas, for those storms near Aspermont. This is a new county. This is Haskell and Jones counties in west central Texas. Those hold together. They could be towards a few larger communities like Throckmorton, Texas. Let me check. HRRR does bring storms into the Fort Worth and Dallas areas by about 5 a.m. But kind of moving to the northeast. So this batch may head more towards like Sherman, Denton. It looks like the model kind of brings this batch out here in West Texas. Anything that develops out here up towards the Dallas and Fort Worth area by about 4 or 5 a.m. Yeah, so this camera I think is shaking because of some of that low-level jet and also just some of the, this supercell is kind of pulling in a lot of moisture. It's a big supercell like that kind of creates its own little localized weather there, but that I think is the low-level jet plus this supercell just sucking in a bunch of warm, moist air out ahead of it. And the wind threat has picked up on this leading edge here. And we're pretty close to the radar site. So we're seeing 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised. This is definitely a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. And if I was in this warning polygon, I would shelter very similar to a tornado. Wind-driven hail can do damage similar to a tornado anyway. It can look like the whole house is kind of shredded up, generally on one side where the wind is coming from, but also the roof and any kind of glass, especially on that windward side. So yeah, if you're out here, Davidson towards Hollister and Loveland, I would start to get to a sturdy shelter into your room. Make sure there's no skylights or glass above you, sunroom type of thing. That not a good storm to go, out to the sunroom and watch the storm roll in type of thing. Yeah, especially Davidson just getting absolutely hammered here with some large hail. And then that gusty wind right at Highway 70, just south of Davidson, crossing the Red River. We'll see. That wind is coming up on the in the hail core and that forward flank. Well, it'll be interesting to see if the rotation can start picking up in this cell too. That's a dangerous storm. I was just talking about it earlier. There's a new severe report there. Just about 15 minutes ago, 67 mile an hour wind gust at Weatherford. So that is a considerable threat. The hail has come down a little bit, half dollar size hail, but also 70 mile an hour winds. And yeah, that strongest core of the hail and the wind is through Weatherford. It's again coming up towards Geary, Hinton, and those areas. Let me double check and make sure it's still moving at 25. And that is an official Mesonet station there at the Weatherford station. Yeah, Geary about 40 minutes, Hinton 34, Calumet 66, and Kingfisher 106. So still has a ways to go. Storms are not moving super fast tonight, right now. At least right now, they may start to speed up as they kind of cluster together and push towards that I-35 corridor. We may start to see the increase in speed there. And they are going to continue that considerable threat for kind of the southern side of this storm, mostly for the RFD. So the hail threat is diminished on this part of the warning. But 70 mile an hour winds, considerable threat there for Electra, Granfield, and Burke Burnett, Texas. Yeah, some gustier winds in that storm also near Lake Kemp. Wow, you can start to see that lightning. And that's looking Wichita Falls area. The closest lightning is still about 25 to 30 miles away. So it's looking towards that forward flank. Kind of looking towards the Granfield area. As the sun starts to set, we won't see as much, landscape and definition, but we should see the skies just brighten up on some of these these storms. Same for this camera, this Lawton camera. This is looking west-southwest in Lawton. Seeing those clouds kind of build in from the west. Still a ways away. That camera looking back towards the west there. And let me see. That's probably about... That's another about 30, 35 miles away for the stronger storms. Some of those stronger storms may go south of Lawton and also looks like are headed a little bit north of Lawton up towards Carnegie and possibly Anadarko, Gracemont, and Binger. Keep an eye on those. Those may head towards the Oklahoma City metro, so we'll have to keep an eye on those cells. The one near Weatherford is likely going to lift north of Oklahoma City towards the Kingfisher area. And then when I go into the northern parts of Oklahoma, this cell is definitely starting to organize. It's one we were watching earlier back towards Pawnee and Fairfax. It's that same kind of cluster of cells. Let's take a look real quick. We are getting closer to the radar. Yeah, there's rotation picking up around Blackburn, Oklahoma. Yeah, last couple minutes there. That has picked up quite a bit. Does seem to be legit too. So that's yeah, moving northeast towards Winona and potentially Barnsdall. Tornado possible tag. Yeah, they've warned this whole area. There is a couple other areas of rotation in here. That one that was coming out of Fairfax is in here between Fairfax and Pawhuska. A little bit of broad rotation up here as well near the Tallgrass Prairie Reserve. There's also a little bit of rotation in this little individual cell that's north of Barnsdall. So yeah, the low-level jet's kicking in, and as kind of expected, that is going to intensify these storms. And I wouldn't be surprised if this little cell gets its own little severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible type warning. Yeah, we really have to watch this cell here. Near Blackburn, Hominy, Winona, towards Barnsdall. Keep an eye on that one right there. That's the area intensifying there on the Major General Tinker Memorial Highway. Right now, those storms kind of north of Tulsa. A couple of those with the rotation, and then also the one down. It's not rotating super tight, but it is a supercell. Now east of Vernon, Texas, along the Red River, approaching Davidson. Those are the two cells, at least right now, maybe have the highest chance at producing or going tornadic. And just want to check out east. We've lost a lot of our warnings out east. There are still some feisty storms on the Delmarva. Couple special weather statements there. And then we've lost that warning for those cells in South Jersey, as well as West Virginia. There are some stronger storms now pushed through Huntington and our areas around Winfield, West Virginia. Some small hail and gusty winds in those, as well as some storms in southwest parts of Virginia, around Salem and Martinsville. And then a bunch of storms in west central Missouri, all the way back through eastern Kansas. They're behaving themselves right now. There is a special weather statement for this cluster on Warrensburg, lifting up generally towards the Warrensburg metro. And then, yeah, just kind of a gusty winds, heavy lightning and thunder, and heavy rain, but sub-severe for most of those. Moving some cameras around right now just to see if we can get a better shot of some of those storms in areas north and west of Tulsa right now. This is north of Tulsa, near the airport, kind of northeast side of Tulsa. Looking west-northwest, so it's looking generally towards those storms. I'm not sure we're going to see much. There's some lightning. These will get closer in general to this camera. They should go north of Tulsa. But yeah, looking towards those storms. All right, first tornado warning of the day. Tornado warning includes Hollister, Oklahoma, Loveland, Oklahoma, until 8:45 in the Central Time Zone. Radar indicated also golf ball size hail. Yeah, they backed the hail down a little bit. This is that cell that we've been following for a while. Yeah, rotation has wrapped up just in the last few minutes around Elliott. Oh, yeah, look at that. How quickly that has wrapped up. There's actually two areas of rotation. There's someone actually kind of rotating a little bit of a Fujiwara kind of effect. There's this area right here around Elliott, and then there's also this area right in here around County Road 126, both on the Texas side. You can see this yellow or the white line here, the jagged edge. It's not quite that jagged, but the Red River has a lot of little bumps and curves, so just kind of approximating the border in here. But that is Oklahoma over here, and this is Texas down here. Really bad handwriting. But yeah, so we're on the Texas side of things. The tightest rotation is around Elliott, but also watching that area around County Road 126. If something develops, it's going to be tucked. That's nasty. It's going to be tucked up in here in the rain and hail. So you are not going to see this. Do not try and go look for this tornado. It's tucked up in the rain and hail. Farm Road 370 and also County Road 128 in the small farming community of Elliott, Texas. And then the other area of circulation, the first area may get cut off very quickly. And then this area may develop into the new area. You can see it's a little bit ahead. It has a little bit better access to some of that warm, moist inflow. So we've been waiting for this storm to wrap up, and it finally has, and it's now basically created two areas of circulation very quickly, just in a couple minutes. As we were looking at those other storms, you can see that surge of wind, and that's about when we saw this last. And I said once we saw that surge of wind, those yellow colors, 60, 70 mile an hour winds, that we may start to see a tightening of the rotation. And it looks like that has happened as I kind of called it earlier. But you can see those winds kind of crashing to the south, right into that inflow region. And that has really sparked a pretty quick intensification. So interestingly, the one circulation is kind of moving to the north and northeast. The other circulation has moved a little bit more east-southeast and broadened. And here is likely a tornado developing at River Road and County Road 126. 126 east. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a quick spin up out of that one. It's a dangerous cell. Let's see, what is that? Taylor Corner Gin and Hackleberry Flat Wildlife over towards Hollister, Oklahoma, Loveland, Oklahoma, and Granfield. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Nothing new out here. This is an area that has severe weather quite frequently, but Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A couple areas of circulation, but that may actually produce very quickly here a brief, likely a brief one, but right in there. Watching that area, we might. It'll be interesting to see if we see a CC drop. Sometimes we get the CC drop a scan or two after we start to see the velocity pick up. But right in here, River Road, County Road 126, and State Highway 25, basically where the roads end at the Red River. The other area has quickly broadened, that area that's come out of the Elliott. It's kind of swung this way. We're not seeing quite as tight of a red and green couplet next to each other. That is a mess, though. If there is a tornado, it's going to be wrapped in rain and hail, and you're not going to see that one coming. That's at Farm Road 370, just west of Elliott. Yeah, there's your two circulations, and kind of a third still in there, but and there's still larger hail approaching that area around Taylor Gin. This is also this is that RFD surge that we'd also talked about earlier through Electra, approaching areas like Burnett, Texas. South of that RFD, we can see a little bit of a gust front also kind of surging out. That's likely still the RFD, essentially. That may make its way all the way to the Wichita Falls area. Lost our Wichita Falls camera for some reason. Hi, Farmall. Yeah, rain and thunder around Oklahoma. Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta, you guys might get kind of that. See if anything else works up towards Atlanta. Let's see here. Yeah, there's probably not. It'll probably fizzle out before it gets to Atlanta, but there are some storms. They may get up towards the LaGrange area. Yeah, it's kind of more of a summer-like atmosphere across the southeast. Those air mass thunderstorms. Not a lot of severe weather, but you can get some downburst winds that can be pretty hefty at times. One cell around Albany, Georgia, still strong there. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think you're going to get many more organized storms tonight. You can see some outflow boundaries kind of surging up around you guys. But we are getting some new warnings now, too. Let's see. Got a new tornado warning out of that cell. It's also one of those considerable threat cells. Back towards Rochester. Yes, that's ramped up. Rochester and up towards Knox City and O'Brien. Tornado warning here. This is for Haskell County until 8:30 Central. It's moving northeast at 45. This must be a weather service change, because usually you don't see little triangles like this. I would guess whatever National Weather Service covers this area will probably continue that warning off to the northeast. So get ready to take your tornado safety precautions around Knox City Monday here in Texas. And let's get a track on this one, because this one's moving pretty quickly. Hold off on those times. I got to adjust this timing for you. O'Brien, about 5 to 8 minutes. Knox City, about 10. And then Monday, 26. That is all south of Seymour, Texas. A couple of stronger cells also here into areas like west of Seymour. That unlikely has a hail core in that cell as well. Yeah, look at that surge of wind in here coming through areas between Electra and Burke-Burnett, Texas. This area has kind of backed off a little bit, especially that originally warned area of circulation around Elliott. Still seeing potentially a small tornado right in there. It's now crossed the Red River around Farm Road 1940 on the Oklahoma side of things. I don't see anything definitive on the correlation coefficient. It's kind of a messy CC though. There's a hail around this cell. Looks like there may even be some hail. Yeah, that's pushed out and actually got flung out on the RFD. So that's not great. That's going to be some wind-driven hail along that RFD surge along the Red River, but also some bigger hail back in here. Continued tornado safety precautions. There's one circulation here. There still is a little bit of a circulation back tucked up in the hail as well. So potentially a couple areas of circulation. That's a nasty storm. Loveland, Hollister, and Granfield, Oklahoma, need to take your tornado safety precautions. And then if you're still in here near Taylor Gin, and also even back towards Elliott, and especially if you're between Elliott and the Red River, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. And continue to stay in your tornado safe space. This camera above me, that is out of the Tulsa area. That's the other cell that I'm kind of watching for possible area of rotation around Hominy. Hasn't fully tightened up yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to tighten up if we get a tornado warning out of that cell. Also, the hail has come up again in that cell. They are warning it for tornado possible. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some $half size hail out of that corridor right there towards Winona, Oklahoma. Couple other areas of rotation in some of these cells in northern and northeast Oklahoma. So we'll keep an eye on those. They're in a somewhat favorable environment for tornadoes. And then seeing some pretty hefty storms, considerable threat at times. We had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust around Weatherford earlier, coming up towards Watonga and Geary. A little bit of rotation also in that cell coming up towards Geary. So we'll keep an eye on you guys. And then mostly a considerable threat for wind. Not even a lot of hail in these storms through Carnegie, approaching Anadarko, and then down towards the Lawton area. Still watching Lawton above me there. And trying to get that Wichita Falls camera that was... there it goes. Here's that Wichita Falls camera looking basically towards... we'll see how long this camera lasts. That storm is going to get pretty close. So we'll see how long that lasts. But and just actually got a big lightning strike on that Lawton camera, which is interesting. Hadn't seen much lightning on that camera for a while. I'm going to pull this up for a minute. You can see some of the lightning on this Wichita Falls camera with that considerable threat and tornado warned supercell just about 20 miles to the northwest of Wichita Falls. All right. Yeah, you can see that's rocking and rolling pretty good. things are starting to pick up a little bit here. 3 tornado warnings, and it's right about that 8 o'clock hour, what we talked about earlier, that low level jet kicking in. And yeah, about this time is when we can start to expect some intensity for tornadoes, especially across the southern plains. And they have added that warning for Knox City, Knox City, Texas. Golf ball size hail, and that area around O'Brien. That is moving quickly. That surged out really quick. I don't see as tight of a circulation in there like it was just a few minutes ago when it was tornado warned. And is that moving at 45? That's moving faster than 45, just by how quickly it's covered that warning polygon. But yeah, you can see just a few minutes ago, it was much tighter. Gonzales, Texas. Yeah, we can take a look. Is that South Texas, I think? Let's see. Okay, San Antonio area, or east of San Antonio, kind of between San Antonio and Houston. They're going to be good for a while. I was looking earlier. Let's see. Let me pull that up. This was one of the latest HRRR models. Let's see. They may get some storms by tomorrow morning, but storms probably not severe at that point, but their best chance of storms is maybe mid-morning, but tomorrow, 10, 11 in the morning. Yeah, they should be okay for today. Gonzales has basically general thunderstorm chance for today and tomorrow, really. So not expecting a lot of severe weather down there into kind of southern Texas. Especially this energy will shift up into the Midwest tomorrow. So it actually, the energy that is kind of over the Texas Panhandle, basically, in southwest Kansas today, will shift up towards Iowa tomorrow. So that should put South Texas and the Gulf Coast kind of in less of a severe threat for tomorrow. It's amazing how big Texas is. Like, this is talking about states and stuff. Like, this is a far ways away from Gonzales. Let's see, basically, woo. Yeah, it's probably about 300 miles, and then the tornado warnings towards Wichita Falls are way north and not headed towards them. I believe they trimmed a little bit of this tornado watch into eastern Kansas. I feel like there's less of it than there was earlier. Maybe it's just my eyes right now, but surprised this storm hasn't wrapped up. It stayed broad around Hominy, still watching that area of rotation. Again, not tornado warned yet, but keeping an eye on that one. And then let's go back here west of Oklahoma City. Mostly a wind threat right now. Wind and some small hail, but the hail's come down on those cells. A couple areas of spin, just keeping our eye on those ones. Those are east of Weatherford, west of El Reno. And then lime-sized hail, tornado possible around Hollister, out towards Chattanooga, Faxon, and down towards DeVol and Ranlette, Oklahoma. Still seeing an area of rotation in here near Loveland, so they've shrunk the tornado warning down to just where that area of rotation was. I didn't see anything on radar. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a brief tornado right there along the Red River. That's in some rugged terrain, so I'm not sure that would ever probably get surveyed unless they bring on a drone or something, but very briefly likely had a tornado there. That area has actually kind of retightened in the last scan, and it went away again. I don't know, it's kind of not fully together. I could have had another brief one, but if there is a tornado, it'd be in here just on the southern and southwest side of Loveland. County Highway 1890 and what is that? 2360. in that area there. We'll see if that it gets extended out. It's kind of a somewhat weak area of rotation, but wouldn't be surprised if it gets extended out. Hey, Ben, how's it going? Cincinnati, you're going to be good. Did you get any severe weather earlier today? Cincinnati, you're going to be good for a couple days. That severe weather is really over for Cincinnati today. And then we'll watch tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow, maybe some general isolated to scattered storms, but that severe threat is mostly up towards the Great Lakes and out in the Midwest. And then, yeah, it looks like Cincinnati stays clean for a couple days. We'll have to watch you guys over the weekend. Maybe a shot at some severe weather over the weekend. Looks like Friday, most of that severe weather also stays over the plains. But this air mass over the East Coast and Southeast, and even up towards Cincinnati, Ohio River Valley, over the next couple days, could get some isolated severe storms, just kind of air mass thunderstorms with some gusty winds. But tornado threat and large hail threat should stay mostly towards the Mississippi River Valley the next couple days. Let's go back to our other tornado warned storm, and that area around Knox City. Don't see anything on the correlation coefficient. I'm intrigued by this storm, golf ball size hail, likely coming up in intensity near Seymour, Texas. And then taking a look at things across the Red River, that big surge of wind, potentially considerable threat for 70 miles an hour, is about to get into the I-44 corridor, mostly north of Wichita Falls right now, but Wichita Falls, it's going to get windy in the next few minutes. We may see that on this camera above us. Wow. Yeah, just got another big lightning strike on this camera out of Lawton. What's going on in Lawton right now? Lawton, you're on that very edge of that severe warning, but there are some cells non-severe to your west. Yeah, just recently got some pretty big lightning on that camera. As I said earlier, the sun's going down, so we're going to lose a little bit of the landscape shots on these cameras, but that will help get the lightning shots. Lawton, you guys might get lucky here in Lawton. Pretty big community in here in southeast or southwest Oklahoma. I think the strongest part of this cell is probably going to go to your south, and then the severe warned storms up north of you guys are up towards Anadarko and Chickasha. So you may get some kind of general gusty showers and thunderstorms kind of in this batch here that works through the Lawton area, but yeah, Lawton, let me see. Watching maybe the northern flank of it. If this can kind of swing towards Lawton, we'll keep an eye on that if it starts to swing towards the north. But it may end up kind of center line towards the Duncan and Marlow area, in which case the strongest part of that cell heads south of Lawton. Actually, let's see. That's looking south. I wonder if we can see lightning from Lawton as well. I don't know if that's looking southeast or just south. It's a little bit that way. We'll keep it on the west. I'll switch over. We'll see about that. We'll see how this one goes. Like a little rain already coming down around the Lawton area, but the heavier cells to the south. This is kind of filled in that inflow notch. It's changed shape a lot. It's not quite as tornadic, I don't think, right now. Looks like that RFD has really surged out in front of this. It's cut off the inflow a little bit. It's really messy right now. So we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing some small hail, but also 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is coming up towards areas around Burke, Burnett, Texas, Ranlette, Oklahoma, and then Temple, Walters, south sides of Lawton, And then keep an eye on this one out towards Duncan. Have they increased the speed at all? They have it. 40 miles an hour. So let's get a track on this. Kind of this whole line here. There's your times. Let me put it down to 40. And get everything kind of adjusted. So areas like Geronimo, about a half hour. Walters, 34 minutes. And if it does hold together, Duncan, about an hour to about 70 minutes. Same for kind of Marlow and down towards Comanche, Empire City, and Central High. Yeah. So keep an eye on this cell. It's had a history of large hail. The hail has come down on this one, though, in the last little while. But still a dangerous storm, especially this flanking area. Right in here, you can see that really pronounced surge of wind coming up towards generally Temple and Walters. Little bit of a leading edge vortice right there. Griffin Road. You can get little kind of gust-nados on the leading edge of a strong RFD like that. So that is always a possibility. And they have allowed that tornado warning to expire. That was around the Loveland area and Granfield, Oklahoma. And I agree with that. It's very broad. That area of rotation has weakened. Still a lot of wind in there. There's the big lightning that I saw earlier on that Lawton camera. So that is a pretty nasty cell there. Couple power lines down in that Aspermont, Texas area. That's that tornado warning storm that's now through Knox City. Although I do think it's more of a wind threat right now. 72 mile an hour at the Mesonet in Knox. And yeah, it does look like it's more of a wind threat right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of let this tornado warning expire. If we get a new circulation, the old one kind of came up like this. If we get a new circulation, it's going to be in this little inflow region down here south of Monday. That would be generally headed up towards Gorey and maybe areas like Seymour and especially south of Seymour. Keep an eye on... Woo, that went weird. Keep an eye on this one. Kind of track it out. It does head up towards you guys. Seymour, it'd be about 40 minutes. And again, nothing imminent right there. Just kind of keep an eye on that cell. That whole cell could have some gusty winds, 60 to 70. I just want to check on... Stronger cells near Boonville. That's south and west of Columbia, Missouri. But yeah, these storms are just kind of a messy cluster right now. Not even a lot of hail. Some pockets of gusty wind. A couple pockets of hail around Boonville. This is our other supercell. It's had broad rotation for quite a while in here. We saw it way back here around Pawnee, and it's tracked across Blackburn. It tightened up briefly, but nothing imminently tornadic. Still has a broad area of rotation as it's past Hominy, and yeah, it's still in here, headed generally towards Winona and Barnsdall. So again, keep an eye on that. Barnsdall, up towards Bartlesville. That area definitely has to keep an eye on these storms. Some small hail, some gusty winds, and then also same for this area back here towards Merrimack, Jennings. Let's see if that one gets a little closer to the Tulsa area. And I am watching storms from the Tulsa camera here. This is looking to the northwest from the area around the Tulsa airport. Pretty good view. There's some lightning there on that camera. And it just switched into night mode. But yeah, seeing some lightning just under the west facing sign there, the logo that faces west. That's looking towards that stronger severe warning storm that does have some broad rotation on it. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Oklahoma City, new severe warning, quarter-size hail, gusty winds. There are a couple pockets of rotation in here too, especially where these little kinks in the line form. There's kind of a bulge of wind in here, and then another bulge here, and we have to watch those little areas kind of right in like that. Nothing imminently tornadic, but yeah, there are a couple areas of, yeah, you can see the surges of wind. And then, yeah, there's little areas of rotation. One even right there, kind of on the leading edge. So we may start to see more of a QLCS tornado threat across central Oklahoma. Keep an eye on that one. That warning does not go into Oklahoma City yet, but areas around Yukon, Piedmont, El Reno, Union City, Mustang, down towards Minco and Tuttle. And yeah, that surge of wind is about into the I-44 corridor, Ranlette, and Burke-Burnett, Texas. We'll take a look at this camera. This is a new camera out of basically western Oklahoma City, right? Kind of at that line there to against Yukon. Yeah, it's right. Right here at the Kilpatrick, and then what turns into Main Street, Yukon. That's also 39th Expressway through Oklahoma City. So that camera is basically right here looking to the west, southwest a little bit. There is a little bit of a shower right over Yukon with some lightning, but generally looking towards the severe warning cells that are off to the west, with, again, a couple pockets of rotation to keep our eye on. And not a scientific verified comment, but it seems like these little pockets of rotation sometimes get a little crazier when they get into the Oklahoma City area. Some of that may just be coincidence that it gets closer to the radar, but it just, I don't know. It seems like Oklahoma City always the storms come in severe and then they get a little crazy over the Oklahoma City metro. So we'll see if that happens. Right now, those are west of Oklahoma City, with a severe warning all the way up to Hennessy, Dover, and Kingfisher, as those storms are coming out of the areas around Watonga and back towards Gary and Calumet. Keeping our eye on this camera out of the Wichita area, or sorry, Wichita Falls. Yeah. Considerable threat. You're seeing a little bit of the cloud base on the horizon, but nothing that we can really see tornadic wise, but kind of seeing the leading edge, probably a bit of a shelfy look to that leading edge of this, what's become a really big wind bag, as this has started as an RFD surge, but now the whole kind of storm is kind of surging out across the Red River, generally towards Walters and Temple. And yeah, I do think because this has shifted a little more easterly, I do think most of Lawton should avoid some of the worst of this storm. The severe warning still goes up to Lawton, but I think the considerable threat is going to be more for this area here around basically Burke-Burnett up through Walters and Temple, Oklahoma. And here is a look out of, here's a look out of Lawton at I-44. In Lawton area, some lightning on that camera. And then also watching our Tulsa cams. A lot of action going on. We've lost right now all of our tornado warnings. So that's a good sign. They have issued a new warning there for the areas around Bartlesville, down to Barnsdall, over towards Ramona. Again, seeing broad circulation. I'm surprised they didn't have a tornado possible tag on this one. But broad circulation in here, south of Winona, Oklahoma, towards Avant and Vera. Looks like strongest part of that storm should stay north of the Tulsa area. There are some more storms to the west of Tulsa we got to keep our eye on. Those have kind of backed off a little bit in intensity. Stronger storms across the areas around Fort Scott, Kansas, south of Kansas City, around Pleasanton. A little bit of wind and rain, and maybe some small hail in those cells. See if we have a good camera on those. There are some cameras there, but they don't seem to be super active right now. Part of Kansas, southeast Kansas, doesn't have a ton of cameras. There are some, though. I've been watching this cell for a while. It somehow hasn't tightened up, but it may try to do that again. Again, kind of in that area south of Barnsdall. Let's get a timing track on this just in case it does. This is for east central Osage and then southern Washington counties. 25, 30 kind of range on this cell. But from kind of that leading edge of the wind and rain, or especially like the circulation part, we'll give it 30. Barnsdall about 17 minutes, and then Avant 24, Ramona about 40 minutes, and then if it holds together, Newata about 75 minutes, over an hour to that area around Newata. And so if it does pull more towards the north, it's kind of similar, about 40 minutes to Barnes or Bartlesville. They have issued a new special weather statement on that cell west of Tulsa, so we'll keep an eye on the Tulsa metro. Little area there around Loyal, over towards Dover, Kingfisher, keep an eye on that one, and over towards Calumet. Using storm relative, you can see them a little bit clearer. They're very broad right now, these little circulations. Like a half of one right there. Nothing tornadic, just kind of keeping our eye on those. Those also can accentuate the wind on the flank of that. Lost our kind of tornadic features on this cell, although we do have to watch little leading edge vortices. There may be one kind of trying to form right here along I-44 north of Cookie Town. We'll keep an eye on that. But that's mostly a damaging wind threat right now. From Chattanooga, Oklahoma, approaching Faxon, and then down towards Ranlette. It's through Burke Burnett, Texas, on the Red River. Up next, Geronimo, Walters, and Temple, Oklahoma. There it goes. About 10 to 12 minutes to Walters. About the same, 10 to 15 minutes to Temple. Likely the same for Geronimo, about 10 to 15. And then 42 to Duncan. And just in case it pulls a little bit more towards the north, yeah, about 13 minutes to Geronimo and about 50 or so minutes to Marlow. Those storms are going to get into the Wichita Falls area. Gusty winds up to 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds in parts of that cell. And then back here, this is that tornado warned cell earlier, 70-mile-an-hour winds approaching that area around Seymour, Texas. Some stronger storms, considerable threat all the way through Haskell, down now to areas around Snyder, Texas, around Big Springs, and even considerable threat now around Sterling City. A lot of wind down in here. We haven't seen a lot of the hail down in here. This is being warned for, yeah, the watch goes for scattered, isolated gusts up to 80, but also some very large hail. And we have not seen that out of this watch area in Texas right now. Mostly wind, mostly Texas, other than that storm riding along the Red River that had the tornado warning there around Elliott, Texas. Mostly all of these have been for wind. One cell that we mentioned earlier around Pleasanton, Kansas, and headed up towards areas south of Harrisonville, Missouri, is being flagged as a special weather statement. Some gusty winds and maybe some small hail, but mostly gusty winds. It's basically crossing the state line, headed kind of north and east. So keep an eye on that one. Harrisonville, Garden City, Missouri, down towards Ulrich, Adrian, and Butler. That one's one of the feistier storms outside of that cluster in Oklahoma. And I think we've lost most of our stronger storms across the east. There are a couple stronger storms around Salisbury, Maryland, approaching Ocean City, and then back now into the Richmond area. Yeah, coming through Richmond, and also north of Richmond around Bowling Green, Lake Caroline, up towards Thornburg, Virginia. And then there is one severe warning for Charleston, West Virginia, some 60-mile-an-hour gusts. That's that cluster that came out of the Huntington area earlier with some severe weather. Some isolated showers around Cincinnati, maybe a rumble of thunder. But yeah, I think the severe weather is pretty much wrapped up for pretty much all the Ohio Valley, at least for the next day or two. Here's a look out of that OKC area. and areas around Yukon, looking towards Yukon. So we're seeing these storms pretty good. The radar site is pretty much right in line with most of these storms. Not seeing a ton of really heavy wind in here, but there are some pockets. And keep an eye on those. Hennessy, Kingfisher, down to El Reno, and then back from Union City towards Gracemont right now. Kind of the leading edge of those storms. And then this is our camera at Lawton, looking south at Lawton, generally towards those storms. Not seen quite as much lightning on those. They've maybe weakened just a little bit on the lightning side. And then those storms are about into Wichita Falls. This is basically the end of I-44 here at Wichita Falls. There's some lightning there. US 287 and US 281. And then essentially north of Wichita Falls, that turns into 44. On this camera, that's downtown Wichita Falls off to kind of the top right of the camera. Not quite see the full downtown, but off this way is downtown. And then, yeah, this way goes towards Oklahoma and the Red River. The gustier winds there are about into the western side of Wichita Falls, Pleasant Valley, Holiday, approaching Lakeside City. Yeah, that's where we have our heavier wind and rain. Yeah, lightning has dropped off a little bit in that cell. Still seeing a really big burst of wind, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a lot of lightning coming into that cell near Seymour, Texas. Not a lot of hail in there, but that is going to rock and roll a little bit around Seymour. Make sure you're in a sturdy structure down there. A considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Looking at this a little bit closer, we are going to get some heavier wind and some lightning, I think, towards that Lawton area. Highest winds still, I think, headed towards Walters, but kind of the calm ahead of this storm has now started to lift a little bit more towards the north and pull towards Lawton. No, it shouldn't be in the Cincinnati area. I think they're just showers and some rumble thunders. Let's check. Yeah, just some rumble thunder. Showers mostly. May get a few rounds. Yeah, severe weather should be wrapped up pretty much for the Ohio Valley. Maybe get an isolated severe warning still into West Virginia. This cluster of storms around Spencer that they're just just putting a special weather statement on, but that storm is still pretty feisty in West Virginia. But these storms across southwest Ohio, mostly just showers. Not even seeing a lot of gusty winds in those. Watching this cell, it's kind of broadened back out again around Winona, Barnsdall, up towards Bartlesville. This is north of the Tulsa area. So Tulsa, you guys are missing most of the action right now. I feel like that's been the case for almost all the evening here too. Looking north from Tulsa. Saw lightning on this camera earlier. That storm, that severe warning, would be up here towards the Oklahoma transportation sign, so we may see some lightning out of that. Little too far away for structure. There's just not a lot of cameras up here in the Osage Nation. Things are clearing out. Elk City, Sayre, Weatherford. uh, that part of western Oklahoma. Wouldn't be surprised if we start to get some counties shaved off of that tornado watch. Just double check what the models are saying. Yeah, the models don't show much more like redevelopment or anything back towards western Oklahoma. So wouldn't be surprised if we get some counties dropped out of this tornado watch in a little bit. Some interesting stuff today could impact tomorrow. Some of the model here has a lot of this lifting up kind of in the early morning hours across this area that has the severe weather chances for tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprised if they extend that slight risk down just a little bit for tomorrow. Because at least this latest run of the HRRR wants to put some pretty strong storms in kind of south central Missouri towards that Rolla area and up towards Hannibal. Getting some new model runs from the 00Z of the HRRR. Yeah, this also puts some redevelopment down into that same area for tomorrow. Oh, this area stays kind of messy. Then once the firestorms down through St. Louis, yeah, watching St. Louis, I wouldn't be surprised if they extend that slight risk down through the St. Louis area tomorrow. That area in Missouri could get a little feisty. Tomorrow's threat is interesting because it puts a lot of storms in there through the morning and afternoon, and then kind of refire storms across south central parts of Iowa. Uh, some of that's going to depend on the atmosphere destabilizing. But this does want to kind of break a line of supercells back out into the early evening. Hey, Exo Ash. Yeah. Yeah, it's that time of year where you guys start watching for severe weather. North Texas, though, depending on how far north you are right now, that's where most of our action has been in that area between Seymour and Wichita Falls. Storms are likely to get into the Fort Worth area, but not till overnight and early morning. Not as big of a tornado risk for Fort Worth and Dallas. And it would be mostly these storms I think we saw earlier on the models coming out of the Big Bend region of Texas and West Texas that may work their way up towards the Fort Worth area. So just make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings, but should be diminishing by the time they get to the Fort Worth area. Mostly, I think, a damaging wind threat for Fort Worth later. And yeah, better chance of severe weather west of Fort Worth and north of Fort Worth. Just a marginal risk across the Dallas area. And this gradient between a slight risk in Fort Worth and then Dallas is right on the edge of basically a marginal risk and general thunderstorms. That tight gradient downtrending does show that the Storm Prediction Center kind of expects weakening storms across the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. So that kind of helps show that. Trim the tornado risk out. Oh yeah, the Denton area. Yeah, you're kind of right on that line between slight and marginal. So just have ways to get weather warnings. But yeah, that the tornado watch is off closer to the Red River. And these storms right now are kind of in their this is in the enhanced risk. So they're in the area that the Storm Prediction Center has expected to be the most favorable for severe weather right now. And we haven't seen some of that larger hail. And then Dallas-Fort Worth should be better tomorrow. Yeah, this energy lifts off towards the north. But yeah, like I said, watch this area. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring some of this slight risk down across St. Louis and eastern Missouri. Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate it. I feel like we haven't covered Dallas and Fort Worth too much yet this year. Maybe a couple times, but yeah, I'm sure as the severe weather season continues, we will definitely keep you guys covered. I don't think so for tomorrow, because most of this energy is going to lift. The storm system is going to kind of track like this. So it's mostly a kind of along and ahead of the low pressure that we'll get kind of this arc of supercells is what the models kind of show. But that should lift more towards the Great Lakes than towards Cincinnati. Oh, let's see. What is this? Cincinnati may get some storms tomorrow. This one shows, not even tomorrow, but you can see how most of that kind of heads off towards the Great Lakes. But overnight, like late Thursday into the overnight hours, you may get some weakening storms, kind of the junk leftovers, but nothing, at least right now on the models, nothing looks like they would extend a slight risk, just kind of a general thunderstorm. The Ohio Valley is going to be busy. I mean, you're going to get some rounds of storms. More than the severe threat across the Ohio Valley, I'd be a little concerned about the flood threat. And that extends up into the upper Ohio Valley too, around Pittsburgh. Because, yeah, you may get a few different rounds of storms the next couple days. This model also has at least a long enough that it goes out to Friday. But yeah, here's our severe risk for Friday. It's a decent, this far out in the model run, things could change, but that shows a decent severe risk. And we may have to watch all the way down towards the Fort Worth area into Texas on Friday, too. Yeah, today is a big severe weather day for at least a couple years. I think I saw earlier we've had an enhanced risk. Um, where is it here? Yeah, there's our enhanced risk for today. We've had an enhanced risk, I believe, for the last 4 or 5 years straight. At some, not in the exact location, but across the U.S. on April 1st, the last 5 Aprils. Okay, a couple storms have gotten a little feistier. This is that storm out of Pleasanton, Kansas, now pushing into Butler, Missouri. Taking a look at those. And then we also have another storm that's kind of gone a little feistier around Clinton. These are all south of the Kansas City metro, but keep an eye on this area. And this is another area I think we have to watch out for a little bit of localized flash flooding. There's already a couple of river flood warnings in that area between Warrensburg and Columbia, Missouri. But this area has gotten a decent amount of rain in the last couple hours, really since we've been on the stream. And things haven't really been moving there. Oops, clicked on the wrong box. Let me clear that off just so you can kind of see everything that's going on. But yeah, things are kind of just kind of hanging out along this boundary right in here. So there's more rain to come. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more flash flood warnings. There we go. I think, Ben, this might be what you were talking about earlier, right? They have trimmed a bunch of these areas off. So western Oklahoma, you guys are out of the tornado watch tonight. So have a good night. Ava, Woodward, Weatherford, Sayre, Hobart, and Altus. Yeah, you guys, severe threat is over there. We're quickly starting to see the severe threat increase, though, across the I-35 corridor in Oklahoma, especially central Oklahoma, up through about Stillwater. Keeping an eye on a couple pockets of gustier winds. Still some areas of leading edge rotation, but none of these have gone tornadic. They haven't really tightened up or anything. We'll see, though. It seems like Oklahoma City can go crazy sometimes. And then we did get a new warning out of that area in Cleveland and Hominy, where that second cell. This one may get a little bit closer to the Tulsa area, but still likely on the north side of Tulsa. Zinc Ranch, Skiatook, Collinsville, Sperry, Owasso, those areas here north of Tulsa. Keep an eye on that cell. And then I feel like these cells have slowed down a little bit. We've been talking about them in the same area for a while. This area has had some rotation, but it's also broad right now around Barnsdall, down towards Hominy. Still a little bit of broad rotation in those. Yeah, there's kind of 2 cells in here. Actually, kind of 3. Those are kind of the areas to watch. There's 3 cells. They could each have some hail, and they all have a little bit of broad rotation. There's that wind and rain is now into the Wichita Falls metro. Okay, we covered those cells in Oklahoma. Yeah, this is interesting. They backed off the severe warning through Lawton. Some wind, but this is broadened out some as well. It's weakened as it's moved north and east. Yeah, not seeing as much lightning on our Lawton camera. The strongest part of the cell may be here in this area, right along the Red River, from Wichita Falls north towards Ranlette, Oklahoma. The Cashin community. Yeah, there's some pretty good wind right in here, right along the Red River. And yeah, if there's going to be a severe warning out of this, if it may try to surge out again, it would be right along the Red River there. So watch out for areas like Waurika, Oklahoma, and Hastings, Addington, and Ryan, Oklahoma. That could be another area that kind of surges out. And then we still have the considerable threat for that cell coming through Seymour. Yeah, still pretty good wind in there. We've lost we've lost a lot of the hail warnings right now. Also considerable that threat back towards Sweetwater, and then some stronger storms west of San Angelo. Those ones don't look too feisty right now. 75-mile-an-hour wind earlier, though. This was about an hour ago in St. Lawrence, Texas, Reagan County. Those storms are now around Sterling City, north of San Angelo. Yeah, I think speaking of what Ben was saying earlier with the moderate risk, I think it was yesterday. I feel like it was yesterday. Yesterday, the day before. One of the last couple days, 3 years ago, was the big EF3 tornado across the Little Rock area, especially the west sides of Little Rock. I think it was kind of like that. I remember right, but yeah, that one was a nasty cell too. I remember that one because I think there's a camera like right here. You can see like the shopping plaza. Um, yeah, there's a bunch of restaurants right there, and then there's the hills, the west of Little Rock, up in these hills, and you can see the supercell and the mesocyclone coming over the hill, and you could start to see it start to localize that rotation. And basically, as it kind of came over these hills, it just dropped the tornado. It was coming right for like the camera perspective. That was a crazy day too. And I think, as Ben was saying, I think that was a moderate risk a couple of years ago. But yeah, April 1st has had quite a bit of severe weather generally the last few years, and also just historically, actually back since a lot of the records started. Wind has been picking up. There is also a little rotation in that cell near Clinton in Missouri. So keeping an eye on that cell. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not much of a hail threat right now, but yeah, the rotation back here towards deep water. A little bit of a supercell kind of lifting up along that boundary. And that's a little bit of a dangerous boundary. It's probably either like a warm front or I don't know if it's even a warm front, but it may be a kind of a rain-cooled boundary right here. There's a lot of untapped moisture and some low-level jet in here. And it's not a warm front itself. It may have kind of artificially created a warm front from all this rain-cooled air. So this has a little bit of potential to tap some of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is an actual boundary. Yeah, that actually is the boundary there. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, this is kind of a stationary front, warm front setup. This is right along that, and yeah, there's going to be some low-level winds out of the south, and likely some winds off to the east, north of that boundary. We can take a look and double-check things. Yeah, look at that. It's 68 at Clinton, just ahead of that storm. It's in the 50s across the Kansas City metro, like low 50s. And yeah, the wind direction out of the east, even some of that out of the northeast across there, and then it's out of the south and southeast. So yeah, there is some spin right kind of locally along that boundary. That's a favorable environment right there. Not the exact same, but that is a similar setup. Not again the exact same, but that is a similar setup. Different, a little different, but in general, it's a similar boundary setup as what really fired that Union City supercell a few weeks ago across Michigan. Yeah, and things were a little different there, but it was a distinct kind of warm front boundary. And that is the motto in storm chasing: is never trust a warm front, because you can get some localized areas there, especially on the southern side. I feel like these storms have slowed down a little bit west of Oklahoma City. Let's pull this back off. I like to kind of keep the screen as simplified as I can. Checking a couple of my radar products. I always have some backup systems running just in case main radar goes down. But I can also use these to check some really like background scientific things that could complicate the screen down here. They are going to warn that area around Wichita Falls again, so we'll get into that in a minute. These are the storms I want to kind of keep our eye on. I can also use the background radar setup to kind of keep an eye on storms that we're not seeing, like while we bounce around and talk about different storms. That's weird. There it goes. Yeah, not seeing a lot of hail in those storms. A little bit in this cell near Osage and Cleveland. Also watching a little bit of rotation in there. And then also that cell south of Barnsdall, watching some rotation in there. But those cells are kind of maintaining themselves, just not quite gone crazy. Seymour, Texas, just a little bit ago, yeah, about 20 minutes ago, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust there at Seymour. This storm has a history of that. It also produced a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust at Knox City earlier. So that is the storm that's now approaching Wichita Falls. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that's going to be riding up towards Iowa Park, Holiday, and Wichita Falls in the next little bit. And yeah, Wichita Falls right now, kind of just maintaining. I like this camera, but I might change the perspective because it's actually kind of looking away from the storms now. Looking kind of west or northwest. So now the biggest storms are now pushing to the east of Wichita Falls and then back to the southwest. I may look for a camera that faces more that way. Yeah, things are kind of not quiet, but things are not crazy right now. So let me do that. I think we do have some cameras that look that way. Okay, that was quick. This is looking at US 82 in Wichita Falls, basically right there, looking to the southwest. So that looks towards those storms that are severe warning, considerable threat coming up towards the Wichita Falls metro. And let me just get a new read on these. They're surging up at about 55 miles an hour. So from the leading edge of that, and let's take out the new time adjustment. Yeah, new time adjustment here. Wichita Falls about 28 minutes. And Holiday, 15 minutes. Iowa Park, 20. Burke Burnett back into the severe weather about a half hour from now. And then as those push east of Wichita Falls, Dean, Texas in about 38 minutes, and Byers about 50 minutes. That's also right on basically the Red River. So I would say also these kind of move north and east. Warrika, Oklahoma, about an hour or so if those keep holding at about 55 miles an hour. They have looks like are going to let this severe warning expire across the Oklahoma City metro. They're watching some wind as we get into the west sides of Oklahoma City. Here's US 169 at 30. Oh, that's Tulsa. This is at the Kilpatrick Turnpike in Oklahoma City, basically at Yukon. Oops, switch the cameras. Oop, there it is. This is at Yukon and the Oklahoma City state line at State Highway 66 and the Kilpatrick. I think I said it earlier. That's also 39th Street, 39th Expressway. So this camera's about to get in on a little bit of the action. Yeah, that storm is just to the west of Yukon around El Reno. There's some lightning on that camera. That's a little bit of the feistier area of that storm too. So we'll get a good sampling in that location. Amateur radio, 1-inch hail. It's weird. I haven't seen a lot of reports at all. We've had those wind reports. Surprised we haven't seen any large hail reports out of this area around Vernon. Because there was definitely some big hail falling in that storm earlier. What's going on in which are we missing like a big party in Wichita Falls? Because I know it's a bigger city, but it seems like there's a lot of people out on a Wednesday night. The rain's coming down pretty heavy too across Wichita Falls. Take a look at that a little bit heavier. Watch like right here, you can see in the rain, you can see the rain falling in the street lights. Like at the center of your screen here, right in this area. All right, we'll tuck that back away. And yeah, keep going from here. Let me look also at the National Weather Service. I just want to see if there's anything crazy going on. We've had a couple tornado warnings. Let's see if any reports have come in. I just don't see a ton of tornado or storm reports either online, which is interesting. Generally, if there was a big surge of considerable threat storms like it was being warned for, we would see more storm reports out of that area. Altus, Hobart, Carnegie. So I think bringing these down across the Oklahoma City metro does seem to be true. We should get a little bit more verification. This is going to get close to the radar site. There's also a lot of people in a more populated area. So if there are pockets of severe wind, there may be a little bit in here near Yukon and up towards Hennessy and Marshall. We should be able to get a little better verification of some of those. Watching that pocket of wind, Barnsdall, Hominy. Back up here. It's our little warm front supercell thing. Right at that Truman Reservoir. A little bit of rotation in here just on the south side of Clinton, Missouri. Here's the town of Clinton and the rotation going away from the radar and then coming towards the radar. It's kind of broad and weak, but that's the little area of rotation. It's lifting off to the north and east, so it's passing Clinton right now. And it has generally kind of weakened. A little bit more of a surge of wind. You can see lifting off to the north. We'll keep an eye on that one. And they have issued that flash flood warning. I talked about that earlier. Worried about flash flooding in this corridor that has had a lot of heavy rain tonight. So that is, the drawing tool sometimes goes nuts. But that is a concern here for flash flooding. So please turn around, don't drown. Just take the long way home if the road is flooded, especially at night. You really can't see how much water is on that roadway. You can't tell if the pavement has been scoured out because of the flood waters. It's really dangerous flooding at night. So please just turn around, don't drown. And just take that long way home. Another cell that's gotten a little bit more intense the last couple minutes in this area, back around Sooner Lake, Pawnee, Skidee, Oklahoma. That area may have some small hail in it, some gusty winds. I'll keep an eye on that cell too. That may be one to that gets a severe warning in the next couple minutes if that continues to trend up. And then I'm kind of still keeping our eye on this camera from Oklahoma City. It's about to get a little windy and stormier here. The one issue here is this camera perspective is decent, but there's no trees or anything in this perspective, so it's going to be a little bit harder to kind of gauge the wind as that rolls into this camera, just because we're just not going to be able to see the trees kind of blowing around. But lightning has picked up a little bit on this camera the last couple minutes. There hasn't been a lot of action for them yet, but I do appreciate this is one of our Kansas cameras. And there's a road sign here on this camera that helps keep it kind of lit up a little bit. But the road sign is warning of heavy rain and be on the alert for flash flooding possible tonight. So I do appreciate the Kansas DOT is passing that turn around, don't drown, and that heavy rainfall flash flooding message on to travelers. The great use of that technology there, that camera showing the flash flood warning issued there. That's one of our stronger pockets of storms coming into the western side of the Oklahoma City metro. Probably that's a pretty good sampling, just below severe limits, about 50 mile an hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some 50 mile an hour winds in this pocket here. Don't think we see much hail in this area. Yeah, there's not really any hail showing up. It's going to be wind, a lot of lightning, and some pretty heavy rain there at times. South of Oklahoma City, now through the Lawton area, down towards Lawton. Here's a look at that. Maybe. Well, Lawton's struggling right now. Okay, we'll get back to that in a couple minutes. But now east of Lawton, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. Chickasha, Ninnekah, Rush Springs, down to Marlow and Duncan. We called you guys a long time ago for this storm, and there's a good look at it. Looks like the strongest part of that is actually going to be north of Duncan, but lifting off towards Ninnekah and Rush Springs. It's kind of a little leading edge vortice right in here, so we do have to keep an eye on that one. Cyril, Fletcher, Ninnekah, Chickasha. That is a little bit nastier of a storm headed basically along the I-44 corridor. We'll keep an eye on that one. I feel like we've talked about this area quite a bit. I feel like this corridor, not scientific, but I feel like that corridor is an area that we generally talk about severe weather quite frequently. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's going to be towards the southwest sides of the Oklahoma City metro. And then taking a look at here, still have the storm coming into areas around Wichita Falls. A lot of lightning with this storm, but they have backed off that considerable threat, as that's about into Holiday and Iowa Park. And we'll get into the Wichita Falls metro in a few minutes. I'm looking at the Wichita Falls camera right now. The rain has actually come down. It's backed off a little bit. On that camera is kind of the first batch of storms. That camera is kind of right there looking towards the southwest. But those first storms are lifting away from Wichita Falls, and then we're waiting on this next round to come in there. That could also lead to some localized flash flooding across this area in the Wichita Falls up to Burke Burnett, Texas, with just some rounds of pretty heavy storms. And then a couple more severe storms. They've dropped the considerable tags. The new storms firing all the way down to Fort Stockton in southwest Texas. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning out of those. Right now, we have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. None of those are considerable at the moment. Back up to this warm front rider. Yeah, it still does have a little bit of spin in there. Now south and east of Clinton, working up towards Leesville, Calhoun, and Windsor, Missouri. And then this storm has really kind of lost most of the rotation. It's mostly a wind threat at the moment with the surge of wind. Now through Barnsdall, approaching areas around Bartlesville. This camera is about into this line of storms here, so we'll see what this looks like in the next minute or two. Storm's closing in on the Oklahoma City metro. Be hard to see the wind from those. See if there's a different camera perspective now that we're kind of through that Lawton area. This is at Highway 62 at Blanchard, right here on the edge of this severe thunderstorm warning. Already getting some heavy rain at times in here. You can see the rain kind of blowing across the camera. There's some cloud to ground lightning. This is looking north, kind of along this leading edge of storms, but the strongest storm actually to the south. So we'll see if this camera can kind of capture that. A little bit dark. It's kind of in night mode, but it's in a decent position for that cell. That looks east. That's south. And that's west. Yeah, that's right at Blanchard, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Rain is intensifying on this camera, west sides of Oklahoma City. Not seeing anything visually on this camera, though. It's right there at the leading edge of the heavier wind. And just there's nothing to look at because there's no trees in this shot. A couple gustier pockets of wind up towards Guthrie and Edmond. And the strongest storms here are headed up towards Barnsdall, Bartlesville, eventually Nowata. Again, they're kind of skipping past the Tulsa metro at the moment. Tulsa, it seems like since we started the stream around 5 o'clock or 5:30 and kind of getting stuff set up, I feel like Tulsa's had storms across the northwest of Tulsa basically all night. So we're still seeing that here tonight. Let's go check this other little interesting cell. Yeah, there still is rotation. Now, east and south of Clinton, up towards Leesville, Calhoun, and Windsor, kind of just maintained itself. But keep an eye on this cell as it kind of swings up. Lincoln, Missouri, Cole Camp. There's Windsor, Green Ridge, and maybe up towards Sedalia. If anyone's interested, we had the Artemis 2 launch earlier this evening from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Looks like NASA just posted about 35 minutes ago that the spacecraft was communicating with their network. And for the first time in over 50 years, they are receiving a signal from a spacecraft carrying humans headed towards the moon. So, yeah, it looks like things are functioning just fine there on the Artemis as they launched. Looks like had great weather for their launch. They were able to launch at the really the start of their expected launch window this afternoon and evening. So there was a 2-hour window for launch based on weather and all that, and yeah, they were able to throw it up pretty quickly there right away. We are getting a new warning for that one pocket, or one of those pockets of stronger storms lifting across central Oklahoma now around Perry. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is for Noble, Logan, and Garfield counties in north central Oklahoma. Yeah, 57-mile-an-hour wind gust was measured at the Marshall Mesonet site. Oklahoma is not just publicly prepared for severe weather, but scientifically, they have a pretty good Mesonet site system. And yeah, there's our area on Marshall. That wind has just kind of drifted across that area. That's lifting up towards Perry, Covington, Billings, and Red Rock. So right now, stronger storms are coming through the Oklahoma City metro. They are just sub-severe. A little bit of spin right in there at Northwest Expressway and Britton Road, Lake Hefner area. Keep an eye on that one. But we saw the storms kind of roll through Oklahoma City, or past our camera. Decent amount of lightning, but nothing crazy there on the camera. Might reposition that camera there. That's at yeah, this is maybe a better camera. We'll go for this one. This is at basically Lake Hefner, near the village, where there is a little bit of rotation there. Yeah, that's an interesting little area. Right at Britton Road and Northwest Expressway. Keep an eye on that one. Uh, Actually, this camera is in really good position for that. That camera is right about here on the eastern side of Lake Hefner. Kind of see it maybe on the map. Lake Hefner is this area in here on the northwest side of Oklahoma City. So that's a good area to sample this. Even if it's not a tornadic area of rotation, there can be some accentuated winds in here. We are decently close to the radar, and that is a little wrap right in there. So let's keep an eye on that camera. Interesting little spin right in there. And then just kind of 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds coming across the Oklahoma City metro. Special weather statement is, yeah, gusts up to about 50. That's about right. Then we have our stronger storm also down here towards Rush Springs and Ninnekah, Marlow, and Duncan. That's the storm that was basically came out of that area around Vernon, Texas. Pretty heavy wind there coming towards Blanchard, Lindsay, Alec, Bray, and Comanche. They pushed this storm coming into the Wichita Falls back up to considerable threat. So considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds coming into Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett, Iowa Park. Haven't seen any craziness on that other camera that we're watching at Highway 82 and Brook Boulevard, I think it is, at Wichita Falls. But keeping an eye on that one too. It looks like the heavier rain is now into this camera in the Oklahoma City metro at Lake Hefner. Let's go back and look at that little area spin again. Yeah, so the heavy rain is right in this. There is a little area spin in here. It's very weak, but it is decently localized. The thing is, it's kind of just tucked back in the leading edge of this, so you're not going to see this. I will keep it on this camera because this is generally headed towards this camera. It's basically over the lake. 74 and Britain Road. So yeah, our camera is right there. Passing just to the north. So I'm going to look towards the north. If it gets crazy, look for any power flashes right across this northern part of the camera. It's not a particularly strong area of rotation, but it is a somewhat localized area. And that would likely cross 74 just north of our camera position. I have added that tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm out of Clinton and Calhoun. There's two different offices working here. This is out of Kansas City. Interesting thing is it had better rotation earlier and in the Kansas City warning area. This is Springfield's warning area here towards Cole Camp and Lincoln. So they're flagging it for the tornado possible tag. Any rotation still left in it is just near Leesville, generally headed towards Cole Camp. Keep an eye on that storm. It's kind of riding along that warm front boundary. It does not look as imminently tornadic as it did a little bit ago. It was a little bit feistier a little bit ago. And I'm kind of watching this camera too with the with that Oklahoma. There's the wind. This one has a. Blow this up a little bit. Look at the street light just below the north indication. You can see the wind is starting to blow pretty good along that street light. Down in this area right here, you can see the rain's coming down pretty good. A little bit of wind blowing the rain sideways. A little brief area circulation has backed off, but the wind has picked up just a little bit more. And it could be a little bit. This little pocket of brighter greens could have 50 plus, 50 to 55-mile-an-hour winds, kind of working across this Lake Hefner area, northwest sides of Oklahoma City. Take a look at some of our other cameras. This is Highway 9 at US 62 down in the Blanchard area. Right in here, still not quite into the main line of storms, but we can see some wind coming down, some wind and rain, a little bit more lightning in this storm near Tuttle, approaching Mustang. Take a look at this little pocket. Yeah, oh, that's that same pocket there. Some bright 50-55 mile an hour winds on the northwest side of Oklahoma City, and then 40 to 50, it looks like everywhere else, Mustang, down towards Bridge Creek. And then some stronger winds, Rush Springs, Ninnekah, Marlow, and Duncan, where that severe warning cell there. And then considerable threat, they backed it off again, coming into Wichita Falls. Like just a little bit ago, 62-mile-an-hour wind at Mankins, Texas. That's in Archer County. Train spotter report. And then we did re-up a considerable threat for this cell near San Angelo, or west of Santa. Yeah, that's a pretty big burst of wind in here. Coke, Sterling, Tom Green, and Iron County. 70-mile-an-hour wind, penny-size hail near Big Lake, and it's moving east at 55. Let's take this bulging area out. Not a lot of communities in here, but once we get towards the San Angelo area, that is where a little bit more active area for population. Water Valley, about 25 minutes. Carlsbad, 28. And if it does get into San Angelo, it'd be kind of the northern sides of San Angelo here, just on the edge of your screen, about 40 minutes or so. Yeah, so most of the population is kind of right out here, north and west of San Angelo. Pretty nasty cell. Well, I thought we'd get some warnings out of those storms near Fort Stockton. Looks like they did add some warnings there for some gusty winds and some small hail. A couple pockets there that are a little feistier. McCarney, and then really out into the really low populated areas there. Looks like Minneapolis is right on the edge of that freezing precip and snow. St. Cloud, 31. It's about 40 in Minneapolis right now. Really tight temperature gradient. But then there's some cooler air working over the lake and areas across Wisconsin. So it's in the 30s around the Wausau area where there's the ice storm warning. Down towards Appleton and Green Bay, it's about 32. And then in the 20s across the UP of Michigan. So a couple of different rounds of wintry precip, and it is going to cool off a little more where that ice storm warning is. So Twin Cities, even though it looks like it hasn't gotten too crazy yet, you guys are about to get into the wintry weather overnight. So right now it's about 10 to 10 in the central time zone. We have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and a couple are considerable. We have one in Missouri, tornado possible tag there, one near Bartlesville in the Tulsa area, north of Tulsa, one near Perry, Oklahoma, southwest sides of Oklahoma City to Blanchard, down towards Duncan. Considerable threat storm coming into the Wichita Falls metro, and then also west of Abilene. Considerable threat there. Or sorry, not that one. That's just a regular one. West of San Angelo is the considerable threat. And then also a new warning east of Fort Stockton in some of the higher desert terrain out there. Haven't seen any reports of any confirmed tornadoes or anything. Um, Trying to see. They are highlighting Storm Prediction Center a risk of damaging winds and a couple tornadoes will continue across this weather watch. Highlighting kind of a mesoscale discussion in this area. It was maybe a little too big. That area. Earlier, they did also note some increase in the tornado potential along that warm front. So that's where we saw that area get a little feisty in Missouri there for a little bit. Just kind of double checking, make sure we're not missing anything. I don't see many reports. All right, about 10 to 10 here, just kind of checking over everything. Yeah, I'm just kind of double checking because usually we would get some more storm reports in. Let me just reload and just see if anything kind of pops off. Sometimes if I reload the program, we'll get new storm reports in, but doesn't look like it. We're getting through Oklahoma City here. The wind and rain is pushing through basically the I-35 corridor now east of downtown, approaching the areas around Dell City, Midwest City, up along 63rd Street towards Witcher, and then out towards Lake Arcadia. Gusty winds through the south side of Oklahoma City, and then the severe warning continues there through Chickasha, Ninnekah, and Rush Springs, approaching areas around Blanchard. Get back down to Wichita Falls. Big storms working through Wichita Falls. Woo, look at the, it's pouring. It's absolutely pouring. The one thing I will say, though, is if you look at the rain and the lights of the highway lights there, it does seem to be coming mostly straight down. So we saw heavier wind on the non-severe storm around Lake Hefner a little bit ago. And yeah, they have backed off some of that considerable threat tech. So mostly just a heavy thunderstorm coming through Wichita Falls right now. There's a little bit of wind picking up. Yeah, some gusts in there. But that's not as bad as it could be. Go back to this camera. I liked it a little better. A little bit wider perspective. But yeah, it's coming down. A little bit of ponding on the like underneath the highway here. A little bit of ponding on that, and the grassy surfaces there. But that is heavy thunderstorm, but not crazy there. They've continued warnings there for Stamford, Anson, and then through the Abilene area. Severe thunderstorm warning there continues. Considerable threat continues there for San Angelo. Yeah, that is a pretty nasty storm coming up towards Water Valley, Carlsbad, and Grape Creek. Some of that strongest part of that cell may miss San Angelo. And then still some feisty cells east of Fort Stockton. They are also continuing that severe warning for Bartlesville and points to the north and east towards Dewey. Just on the state line there with Coffeyville. Zoom in a little bit on this one. They are also adding a tornado possible tag. This is the area we've been watching rotation on it for a little while, but still some in here. Keep an eye on that one. South Coffeyville, Delaware, Nowata. That's for Craig, Washington, and Nowata counties in northeast Oklahoma. Moving northeast at 35. So we'll put a track on this one. Here's your track there. Nowata about 15 minutes or so. And wow, there's not much out there. Delaware about the same. And then let me just readjust it a little bit. South Coffeyville about 28 minutes. Let's take a look and back to the model. Does want to kind of slow these down. Still kind of keeps these in the same general area the next couple hours. Some of the strongest storms down towards Pauls Valley, Ada, Ardmore, and then potentially up here towards Sedalia. But these as I said earlier, don't make a ton of forward progress. This is about 3 a.m. Still storms basically on the Kansas and Missouri state line. It doesn't make a lot of progress out towards south central Missouri, at least on this model, which is why when it first got issued, I've been kind of question mark on this tornado watch that goes through the Rolla and Salem, Missouri area. I think up here is a better opportunity with that warm front, but we're going to be waiting on storms for quite a while, I think, to get to that eastern part of this tornado watch. But if they do even get in here, it kind of breaks them off and breaks them apart overnight. Before the storms kind of refire tomorrow afternoon. And storms might get into that Fort Worth area by about 3 or 4 a.m. and then kind of weaken as they cross the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. That's the latest look at that model run. A little bit of rotation. This is that kind of that same pocket that came out of the Lake Hefner area earlier. Still a little bit in there, right along Britain Road still. And there's a little bit of a feistier pocket of wind down by the airport. Here's that heavier wind, Chickasha through Rush Springs, and also through Duncan. And then now a new warning continues off basically to the east of Wichita Falls, Walters, Comanche, Addington, Waurika, down towards Ryan, right on the Red River there, as that kind of lifts through. Some areas that had the severe warnings earlier, too. Gusty winds, a little bit of rotation coming towards Delaware, Nowata, well north of the Tulsa metro. I don't know if we're going to see much on the Tulsa camera. Probably not. A little far away from that storm. That storm's actually pulling away from Tulsa. Here's another decent camera. This is US Highway, Oklahoma Highway 9, and then I-35, basically South Norman, Southwest Norman, kind of where everything kind of comes together. The casino's down that way. Yeah, the River Wind Casino. Kind of a big travel plaza area, southwest sides of Norman. But that is a general area that's also kind of in line for these stronger storms. They have backed off a little bit, coming between Ninnekah and Blanchard. But yeah, that whole area is going to approach the I-35 corridor south of Oklahoma City. There's some lightning on that camera. It is absolutely pouring on this Wichita Falls camera. The storm, it's been an interesting one that we've followed for quite a while. Still has a little bit of a circulation coming towards Delaware. It's generally kind of on the downtrend a little bit the last couple minutes, but we'll continue to watch that one. And then I also want to go and take a look at our cell. That has weakened significantly around Windsor and Green Ridge, north of Coal Camp. Yeah, we've basically completely lost that area of circulation. All right, I'm going to go blow my nose from that couple sneezes there. All right, got a drink refill, cleared my nose, and we're good to go. And I don't believe we missed anything crazy. Yeah, nothing crazy. They actually dropped that warning around Sedalia. So let's take things top to bottom again. We have a strong storm, severe warned, Delaware, Nowata, and South Coffeyville, headed up towards the Kansas-Oklahoma border with some strong winds and tornado possible. Yeah, there's a little circulation still in here near Delaware, Oklahoma, just north of Nowata, lifting up into some less populated areas in northeast Oklahoma. But we'll keep an eye on that one. Could be over towards the state line around Edna, Bartlett. We'll keep an eye on that one. Otherwise, strong storms, sub-severe from Skiatook back towards Fairfax and over towards Stillwater. Just a lot of storms, but a little gustier area near Stillwater. That was that severe warned storm near Perry earlier. So one of the stronger storms right now in central Oklahoma. And then those storms are now coming through Oklahoma City. They have weakened some as well, even just in the last couple minutes. So that's a good sign, working through Oklahoma City. And then we have our camera position there in southwest Norman as these severe warned storms are headed up through the Blanchard area and approaching Goldsby, Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma University. And those will approach areas around Purcell, Pauls Valley. Keep an eye on that one. Hey, ST Nguyen, how's it going tonight? Are you you're up in the northern Midwest, right? Are you getting snow yet or ice? Up in forget your exact area, but looks like it's going to be a pretty snowy, wintry night up there. Yep, and they just reported a few minutes ago they were getting a good communication signal, so it looks like things are all good. Let's see. Actually, they just reported again about 25 minutes ago. They successfully separated from the upper stage of the rocket, and the astronauts are now piloting. I guess the spacecraft. So yeah, they're already getting data, and things look like they're going well up there. I watched. I think we're getting the stream set up. I think I may have had the stream on, or not quite yet. But I watched the rocket launch. It's pretty cool. If you haven't seen it, I think NASA was also on YouTube earlier. So definitely go to NASA's YouTube channel, and you can probably check it out. Yeah, hurricane season. It'll be an interesting hurricane season because we are pushing towards the El Nino. So we'll have to see about that. A little bit of spin in that cell near Haskell, coming towards Throckmorton. Keep an eye on that area. This is turning into a big bag of wind in here in general. You can see this bow shape from Abilene north through Haskell. Areas that got severe weather earlier too. Then our newest warning, considerable threat for half-dollar size hail. And that's just north of Grape Creek. Look at that hail core in here. Yeah, it's showing up on correlation coefficient. And it'll probably show up on the differential. Yeah, there it is right in here. It's a nasty hail core. It's a fairly new cell that's just kind of looks like maybe kind of organized along some outflow boundaries. And then considerable threat coming into Water Valley and Carlsbad in central Texas. Yeah, like I said earlier, most of the highest severe part of the storms should miss San Angelo, at least looks like right now. Yeah, and let's see, there it is, WXCast Live. We haven't had a ton of severe reports, but I have been posting some of the NASA updates. Let me just search for any new severe reports too. Yeah, I'm interested in hurricane season. It looks like some of the indications I saw recently, I got to dive into it a little deeper, but some of the indications I saw showed that we may be heading towards El Nino a little faster than some of the modeling originally kind of showed. So if El Nino kind of solidifies earlier into hurricane season, that may put a damper on some of the Atlantic basin activity. With El Nino in the Pacific generally, that means a lower hurricane season in the Atlantic, but everything there can always be exceptions, and it's kind of one of those things that only takes one. If it's a bad hurricane that affects your area, then it's not great, but you may see a slightly quieter hurricane season. Still not seeing a ton of storm reports, just looking, especially since there was a decent amount of, I think Chasers out. I think Reed was out earlier. So that's interesting. Anything new from the Storm Prediction Center. So uh, things are behaving themselves decently. It's interesting right now. Um, Most of central Oklahoma is just special weather statements, strong storms, but under severe limits. Yeah, it looks like they backed off the severe warning southwest sides of Oklahoma City. We have the one severe warning right along the Red River, and then also the cell now east of Bartlesville. Once this line kind of passes you, at least in kind of the northern parts of Oklahoma, there may be a couple of different rounds of storms to the south of Oklahoma City tonight. Some of the models kind of take this activity out of Texas and kind of keep it along the Red River. So we may get another round or two of strong storms there, but like up towards Enid and Oklahoma City and Stillwater, they'll likely drop some more counties from the tornado watches as we get through this line. But yeah, right now the severe threat for areas like El Reno and Enid are pretty much done for the night. A new severe warning along this cluster of storms, kind of riding right along the warm front, which is basically draped along the I-70 corridor in west central Missouri. A little bit of rotation also showing in this cell. Yeah, right in here near Montrose. This is that same area that had a little bit of a spin on that cell that went south of Clinton earlier. I think it was at one point pretty close to getting a tornado warning. Um, so favorable environment for a little extra spin right along the warm front. That is, looks like working back through the Clinton area. A new cell there. And that's kind of tucked up in the rain, so wouldn't see that one coming. Otherwise, this is not looking particularly organized across parts of western Missouri, Butler, Nevada, Stockton, down to Carthage and Joplin, and then we pick up our stronger cell in here south of Coffeyville. A little bit of wind coming into South Coffeyville, little rotation. That's worked its way through the Delaware area. There it is, right there, Delaware, between Delaware and Childers, Oklahoma. That's going to ride down 160 road towards Twin Bridges, Centralia, and over towards Hollow. Those are all working north and away from the Tulsa area. So if you're in Tulsa, you will get storms, but just not right now. You'll probably just have to wait for these storms, this line to kind of work its way through from the Stillwater area. And let me time that out for our Tulsa folks. It's slowed down So the models have pegged that pretty good because I think the models earlier that I ran had it slowing down. So at 25, that puts it into Tulsa, kind of in that 1 o'clock hour time frame, 12:30, 1 o'clock. So it's going to be a while for Tulsa, and for that main line of storms. Let's take a look here. 55-mile-an-hour winds. There's pockets, but it has reduced down towards Dibble. That'll head over towards Purcell, and then over here towards Elmore City, Velma, east of Duncan towards Wynnewood and Pauls Valley. A couple of those little Boeing features in here have a little bit of the higher winds in here. So they're kind of special weather statements for the whole line, but it's those two corridors right now that look like have a little bit higher potential for a severe warning. And then this one too, you can also see Boeing out here, Temple, Hastings, and Waurika, up towards Addington and Comanche. That is a severe warn cell for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Starting to calm down towards the Wichita Falls metro. Still some heavy rain, wind, a lot of lightning. And look at the Wichita Falls camera that we've had up. A lot of ponding, not so much on the roadway, but at least off the roadway. I see kind of the drainage area getting a little bit wet. So definitely turn around, don't drown. That area's had a decent amount of rain. This area, Vernon, Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett, has had a decent amount of rain here this evening. Some pockets maybe over an inch, close to 2 inches. And we were just talking about it. They are going to warn that area for Pauls Valley, Purcell, or I guess the northern one, not the Pauls Valley one, but the Purcell area. 60-mile-an-hour winds, Slaughterville, Goldsby. You can see that right in here near Dibble. The warning is kind of more easterly, but it does look like it's lifting a little bit towards Noble and Goldsby. May get into that area south Norman. And storms have generally been on a weakening trend across immediate Oklahoma City. And it looks like they've trimmed a little bit of the tornado watch here in Texas too. Vernon, Quanah. They should probably limit and cut off most of those counties west of Seymour too in the next little while. Especially once this little cluster gets through. As from earlier, this storm has some gusty winds in it, but it's also getting through an area that had severe weather earlier too. And then considerable threat, lime-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind in that cell near central Tom Green and northwestern Reynolds counties. Ranch Road 2662, 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. Slow down the timing on this a little bit, or speed it up. Actually, I had it. That's going to be towards Bronte, Texas, about 13 minutes or so. So keep an eye on that one. We have another new hailstorm also going up here. Wouldn't be surprised if that has more than quarters. Not quite yet, but that's going to be a larger hail core too. And that one actually may make it over towards the San Angelo area, about 40 minutes or so. So that's a new cell that's going up kind of on the leading edge. Yeah, look at that, how quickly that's developed. It kind of developed on the outflow boundary of the cell to the north. That's also going to have some pretty heavy wind in it too. So you may actually get some hail before you get the biggest wind if you're in that Bronte area. But San Angelo, things are getting a little bit feistier down there. New warning out of Kansas. It's for that kind of area of wind that's lifting off through Coffeyville, Parsons, Oswego. This is for southeast Kansas, Labette, and Montgomery counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not a hail threat. A couple other stronger cells. Barnsdall, south of Bartlesville, well north of the Tulsa area. Things have picked back up a little bit, it looks like, in Wichita Falls. The rain has moved in. I've seen more lightning again, and this camera has kind of bobbled a little bit, so a couple heavier winds in this camera position. Strong cell near Clinton that kind of is just maintaining itself. Here's that pocket of wind coming up through Dibble, Cole, Washington, Goldsby, Noble, and Slaughterville. And we do have a camera in that location. This is at basically southwest Norman, the Goldsby area, right at I-35 and Highway 9. Let's see, just at the top of your screen, right about there. So just outside the warning polygon. But this is looking southwest. So it's kind of looking towards those storms. Take that full for a minute. Kind of see what's going on in this part of the storm. That's another camera that probably has a better perspective in the daytime because it's a pretty broad shot, but there's not a lot of trees in that picture. So it may be hard to see if you saw trees, you could see the tree branches shaking and all that, but in the wind. But that one may not show it great, but we'll keep it. Here's those pockets of wind kind of lifting up towards Goolsby, Noble, may skirt areas of South Norman, especially along Highway 9 there, south of Norman. Looks like they're going to trim some counties of this tornado watch. This thing expire anyway. No, it goes another 2 hours. But based on how things are going there, San Angelo is quickly becoming the hot spot for severe weather. We're going to go back down there in just a second. But it looks like they're going to trim basically the northern counties, Paola, Butler, Harrisonville, and Warrensburg. It's too cool up here. I think you're right along the warm front that kind of lays like right along there. And then looks like they're going to trim off all those eastern counties: Rolla, Salem, Waynesville, Lebanon, Buffalo, Mansfield, and Springfield, and Northwest Plains. I think that's um, Kabul down in there. Yeah, I agree with that. I thought that it was weird that they put the tornado watch out this far because none of the models showed a lot of storms in that part of Missouri out towards Rolla and Salem anytime soon. So, um, very conditional tornado watch there. And it looks like that's going to get trimmed back. This area, I think, was a decent area for a tornado watch. Across that warm front. And we saw a couple quick spins, but nothing that stayed long enough to warrant a tornado warning or strong enough. But yeah, that area right kind of in there is probably a little bit of a localized conducive environment. All right, let's go back to St. Angelo because we do have some decent activity down here in St. Angelo to talk about. Gusty winds, so some wind-driven hail in this new cell that's kind of popped up on the outflow boundary west of St. Angelo. Uh, it's being warned for quarters. I would guess there's more than quarters in here, probably about $half size hail, maybe even a couple golf balls, especially as that cell continues to upscale. That is a warning for areas south and west sides of St. Angelo. And then north of town, we have your considerable threat: $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That was a higher wind field earlier, but those cells are kind of interacting with each other. Uh, we'll see. That can always lead to a quick spin up or something too, with the cells interacting with each other. But nothing imminent right there. But that's going to continue off towards Bronte and eventually Winters, Texas, Bollinger, Texas. Keep an eye on those cluster of cells. And then our newest warning down near Sheffield, east of Fort Stockton along I-10, for some hail and gusty winds. Some very low populated areas, very rugged, arid terrain in that part of Texas along the Big Bend. And yeah, the area right in here, you can kind of see still there's a bunch of river flood warnings, but also a big flash flood warning. I'm pretty concerned about this area that has seen quite a bit of rain tonight. Another area that we can probably check. Oof. Some areas have seen quite a bit of rain there. Yeah, up to about 2.5 inches of rain, and then additional 1 to 3. Radar may be overdoing a little bit of the rain. Don't know why that's not loading correctly, but the one good news is a little bit of this is starting to make a little bit of an eastward push across Missouri. So that hopefully will kick out some of the heavier rain, but it is still raining pretty good across most of those areas. And actually, a lot of it is starting to lift kind of, although the leading edge is making a little bit of an eastward push, a lot of the actual individual storms are going to continue working across that flash flood warning. That's why this area was always a kind of a weird question why there's a tornado watch, because the models had it pretty good that this was not going to make a quick push across Missouri. Storms are lifting northeast faster than they're moving to the east. Stronger cells in this little pocket north of Veneta, Oklahoma, Coffeyville, Parsons, Kansas, up towards Girard and Pittsburgh, Kansas. Keep an eye on that cell. And south of Oklahoma City towards Purcell. A bit of a spin in there. That's interesting. A little bit of spin right near our camera position, actually, here at Highway 9 and 35. That's interesting. Right by the casino. So right back in there, that's a little bit weak area of rotation. This camera is looking that way. Nothing tornadic, just an interesting little feature there. Yeah, there's some pockets of heavier wind and rain. And on the last scan, luckily that weakened because there was a scan or two where it actually ramped up just a little bit. You can see it's kind of broad right here. On the next scan, it's a little bit tighter. And then right in here, it kind of stayed the same, but a little bit tighter. And then it weakened back out. So luckily, storms just haven't been able to maintain, and they are going to warn this area though. Moore, Norman, areas southwest or south sides of Oklahoma City, basically Cleveland and McLean counties. It's for that the area around Goldsby or West Norman, moving northeast at 40 with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There's some pockets in there that are feisty enough that that probably is a good warning. It's also coming to a populated area, so it's an area that could have some tree branches to knock down and stuff like that. But this area is moving a little bit quicker, so this is going to get by you pretty quick. It's already calming down in Blanchard, and you're already past the severe weather Bethany, Yukon, El Reno, Minco, Tuttle, Chickasha, Ninnekah, Rush Springs. It's working its way through the I-35 corridor pretty quickly. Some strong storms also down by Pauls Valley. That area there is interesting. The Pauls Valley, Wynnewood area, even if that first round is not severe, there is the cells lifting out of the Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett area. And that is lifting as a severe warning cell across Duncan again, south of Marlow, Comanche, Addington, and Waurika. You can see the heavier wind in there and the Boeing feature indicating a pretty good surge of wind surging out of that storm. Back to San Angelo, things have backed off a little bit on that cell north of San Angelo towards Bronte, Texas. Still seeing a pretty strong cell to your southwest, though. Quarter size hail at least. There could be more like $half size hail in there. And some gusty winds also in that cell. That will kind of work its way towards the San Angelo area. Moving east at 40 over Arden, Texas at the moment. East at 40 and San Angelo about 28 minutes. Let's see, west of towns. Wow, there's not much west of town. But out here on Arden Road, and the west side of San Angelo, 28 minutes. If you're on the west side, about 20. They have also issued a flash flood warning for the Oklahoma City Metro, northwestern Cleveland, northern McLean, and Oklahoma counties. 1 to 2 inches of rain already, and an additional 1 to 2 inches more. That also includes areas like Moore, just north of Norman. There's some pockets of Norman that flood pretty easily, so please turn around, don't drown. This could, if you live in the Norman area, you'll know those kind of localized spots. But yeah, there are some street corners and things that flood in Norman pretty quickly. Oklahoma has a lot of the clay soil, so especially if it gets saturated, it does not soak up water very good, and essentially water just kind of sits on top of the surfaces. It runs off and kind of pools in those low spots. Um, so yeah, sometimes some of the streets around Norman get a little floody. There's a new look at that tornado watch that they just kind of trimmed down from both sides. Um, so still in effect from Independence, Kansas, uh, through Veneta, Oklahoma, and then Joplin, Carthage, Bolivar in Missouri, Nevada, up to Sedalia and Clinton, and also Fort Scott, Kansas. Basically along and north of I-44, essentially, across the Joplin area. And then, yeah, south of I-70, south of Sedalia. So, yeah, that goes another couple hours. Couple of tornadoes possible, scattered large hail, isolated very large hail. I don't know if we're going to get much hail um, in that tornado watch area. And then some scattered damaging winds. Storm Prediction Center updated. Anything? Any new updates? Oof, they've really they've really backed off the wording of their latest mesoscale discussion. Some severe threat will continue across these areas. Actually, I'll just pull it up. Let's see. We'll go back to the model because I believe this will have the mesoscale discussion. Okay. Yeah, you can kind of see it here. So here's the old mesoscale discussion. Let me get the draw tool out. You can see it kind of highlighted in this little bubble in here. This is the mesoscale discussion from earlier, talking about still a tornado threat, that kind of stuff along the I-35 corridor. If I put this into motion, you'll see that gets canceled. And then this is the new mesoscale discussion, this broader bubble in here that basically runs from Tulsa, McAllister, down through north of Fort Worth and out towards Abilene. This new mesoscale discussion is It's not pulling it. I'll just read it manually. The new mesoscale discussion. Let me pull it up on my other screen. The new mesoscale discussion says some severe threat will continue eastward tonight. The need for a downstream watch is uncertain, and they've lowered the tornado parameters to low, wind low, and inch to inch and 3/4 hail. We just posted that on WXCast Live too, so you can go read that mesoscale discussion. What's up, guys? What's going on here? Raid. The storm front again. How's it going, guys? Yeah, Stormcat 5 raid. He's been raiding me so much. Hope everybody's good tonight. How was Stormcat this evening? He always puts on a good program. We were just going over some of the new mesoscale discussion. Storm Prediction Center has backed off their wording quite a bit for storms across central Oklahoma. He kicked you out? I'll have to go back and see why. In timeout. That's hilarious. We've been it's been an interesting night here. I don't know if the storms panned out exactly how the Storm Prediction Center are kind of expected tonight. They are on a downtrend quite a bit overall, so Kelsey. I don't know. I'll have to double check with Stormfront. The bigger threat this evening that's going to continue is going to be the flash flooding. This area has had a couple inches of rain. There's already flash flood warnings, basically south and southeast sides of Kansas City, Warrensburg, Sedalia, Missouri, down to about Fort Scott. Actually, you can probably extend that down a little bit into like northwest or northeast Oklahoma. No tornado warnings. We've had a couple quick spins. We had a really beefy supercell earlier, right as kind of the low-level jet was kicking in around Vernon, Texas, on the Red River. I guess it was about 7, 8 o'clock at night. And it had a couple quick spins, but it wasn't really able to sustain things. It gusted out a little too quickly. So tonight's been an interesting night. Yeah, definitely give us a like, give us a follow. I know Stormfront brings a lot of high energy. This I don't know. I guess it's good that there's so many streamers that have good weather coverage, but different personalities. Our stream here is usually a little chill, a little more scientific, I guess. So if you like that kind of stuff, definitely give us a like and follow. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Oh yeah, you're I think for the Fort Worth area, right? Oh, Milwaukee. Milwaukee. I see Milwaukee in there. You guys are right on the edge. Actually, you're on the edge for quite a bit. Winter storm watch, I believe it is winter weather advisory for the north. Ice storm warning across central Wisconsin. This area could get hammered pretty good. Stevens Point, Eau Claire, Appleton, west of Green Bay. That area could get over a quarter inch of ice, but yeah, we've been kind of following that a little bit too. Milwaukee actually has a chance at maybe some storms tomorrow. Yeah, Milwaukee has very interesting weather coming up. Basically an enhanced risk, and then on the north side of town, you got the winter weather advisory. So tomorrow is a bigger severe weather day. Thanks, Mama G. That's appreciated. Yeah, we're going to be covering stuff tomorrow too. So if you're in the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes, definitely give us a like and follow, and you can click the bell icon and get notified when we go live. Actually, let me do that. Let me look at the so this is the risk area for tomorrow. And while everybody's here, I think the risk for today is starting to die down. Tomorrow there's a much bigger tornado risk with a 10% hatched risk. So this is that new CIG, the conditional intensity guidance, potentially some strong tornadoes with a higher probability, eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, including that area just west of Milwaukee. The wind risk is pretty strong tomorrow for damaging winds in that same area. Hail is a little bit less, but still some decent hail in mostly that same area. So it is basically an enhanced risk, um, a tornado-driven enhanced risk. And then the slight risk goes all the way up into kind of central Michigan. We get some hail all the way down into parts of the Mississippi River. I was looking at things earlier on the models. I wouldn't be surprised if this slight risk gets extended down a little bit across the St. Louis area tomorrow. Some of the models had some pretty feisty storms across kind of that southeast Missouri area. So I think there's still some adjustment. But yeah, look at that crazy weather. Slight risk and winter weather advisories for some of those areas in Michigan and Wisconsin. You guys voted to be here? Awesome. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Stormcat's a good dude, so he does a lot of good hard work too. And I've been impressed. The couple times he's rated me recently, it seems like Stormcat has a good community too. So you guys do a lot of good too. And I'm sure Stormcat would agree. Like the weather communities around our channels really helps make the channel. So yeah, you guys are a good group. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. Let's see. I think I had it up earlier. This is one of the model runs. One of our recent HRRR models. Go back. This model load here for a second. So that area around Milwaukee is interesting. You're going to have some rounds of storms in the morning, mid-morning, kind of a messy look. There might be some strong to severe storms across that area even in the afternoon and mid-morning. But then as things kind of clear out on the back end, this closer to the low pressure wants to kind of break out a little line of supercells that work their way up into across eastern Iowa and into southern parts of Wisconsin. And I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, this is why I think there could be a slight risk that gets extended out into that St. Louis area, because it does want to kind of continue those across St. Louis, and then it should weaken as it kind of rides up into the Michigan corridor there. But yeah, a couple rounds of storms it looks like tomorrow in the Midwest. Yeah, it's going to be busy. The one question I have is like this model does put a lot of storms in there through the morning hours and even into the even afternoon. There could be a lot of competition. If we can get some clearing, I think we have a little bit of a higher end potential here. So we'll see if models kind of adjust on that one. And yeah, this is going to be a decent amount of snow up in this area. Some pockets in here could get like 8 inches plus of snow. And yeah, this is kind of that corridor in here where we get a little bit more icing. Southern Minnesota across central Wisconsin and like the northern portions of lower Michigan. That's going to be some really dangerous travel. And then there's potentially some more wintry weather for the upper Midwest. This would be Friday into Saturday across the upper Midwest. And then also Friday looks like a decent severe weather day. So if you're in the Iowa, basically the I-35 corridor, Iowa down through Kansas City, all the way down to Oklahoma City and even Fort Worth and Dallas, Friday looks like another severe weather day. Which I believe they've also, yeah, they've added an enhanced risk already for Friday. Northern Missouri and central and southern Iowa. It's going to be a busy one. Oh yeah, I feel bad for you guys in Northwest Wisconsin. I've been done with the snow for a while, and I like snow, but um, once you get into April for me, I'm done with the snow. See, I'm just kind of reading over the chat. Thanks again for all those joining from Stormcat. Yeah, definitely give us a like and subscribe too. It's always good. I always recommend having a couple different ways to get weather warnings, and especially with the streamers, some of us are on sometimes and off on other days, so it's good to follow multiple reputable streamers too. What was the sad face for? Mama G, you okay? Mama G put up a sad face. If anyone's from the Oklahoma City metro watching, most of the strong storms are now kind of on the southeast sides of the Oklahoma City metro. Should be clearing out pretty quickly. The Village, Bethany, certainly out towards Minco and El Reno. Yeah, that ice is going to be bad. I'd rather have the snow than the ice. Anytime you get that ice, that's going to just be horrible travel. So if you don't have to travel across that central Wisconsin corridor, that's a really well traveled area too, between Milwaukee, Chicago up to Minneapolis. Yeah, I know Brady brings the energy, so he definitely has a unique vibe compared to a lot of the other weather streamers, which is good. Um, yeah, he does it really high energy. I still have to go back apparently and see what happened with the frog the other day. Um, I think we were on our own stream and he had a frog situation or something. Yeah, it is. It is. The chat is nice. I know, like myself, it does help with energy too. Like a good chat that's asking questions and engaged does help quite a bit. Stay safe out there, Mick. Yeah, tomorrow, at least at the backyard chase, so you probably know the area pretty good. But you're probably gonna get some new chaser friends that are piling into that area tomorrow. Yeah, Yeah, I'll have to check that frog situation out. Still looking at Bollinger, Texas. This area had a considerable threat tag earlier out of that San Angelo area. So there's a pretty good burst of wind in here. This little bow echo, that's where the wind is surging out. New severe thunderstorm warning there continues out through Bollinger towards Coleman, Texas. Coleman, Reynolds, and Concho counties. Yeah, so far recently, the San Angelo area has been kind of the hub of severe weather. We've had storms west of San Angelo, north of San Angelo. It looks like they might get out of the worst though. That doesn't sound good, Kristen. That sounds not fun. My back's been a little sore lately. I think I gotta get a new chair. I gotta get like a better one of those gaming chairs because I like this one, but I've had it for a long time, so I think I gotta get a new chair. Especially as we get into the peak of severe weather season and the broadcasts get sometimes quite long. It's weird. I hear people outside. There shouldn't be. Hmm. Might just be hearing Stormcat's energy. Maybe it's not people outside at 11 o'clock at night. Chris. Some days it does. Some days it really does. Hit your 30s and it just feels like it does feel like that sometimes. We're slowly losing our severe thunderstorm warnings here. We've lost all of our storm warnings in Missouri right now. Things are clearing out in the Oklahoma City metro. Duncan still has a severe warning down here. But that is, I didn't realize. Oh, it's getting into that. We need a better radar coverage of this area in south central Oklahoma. I know there's a private radar in Durant, but I believe the National Weather Service does have access to that. Um, but in general, we need a better radar coverage there. Nice. I appreciate it. I'm glad I'm winning some polls. Yeah, let me look at the Wisconsin area again, especially since we're a little bit calmer for severe weather. I can switch over to the radar here. And for winter, I definitely like to bring up the temperature profile. Yeah. So mostly rain across looks like southern and southwestern Wisconsin, but this is some cooler air basically across that ice storm warning area. Looks like it's right at 32 degrees. So this is lifting off into that cooler air. Maybe I'll draw it a little differently. This is the cooler air at the surface. And this is the rain and a little bit warmer air aloft, and that's a problem. When you get warm air aloft and you get cool air at the surface, that creates a problem. So, like, the cool air kind of wedges in because cool air is denser and sinks. So the cool air wedges in, and then the precip and the warmer air kind of ride over it, and then you get rain falling into the cool air, and that creates the ice. So that's kind of the quick, dirty diagram of things. And that looks like a pretty textbook setup. 32, 31, 29 in that area there in Wisconsin. Stevens Point, Wausau, Wisconsin Rapids, all checking in below freezing. And Milwaukee, it's a really tricky forecast. 32 looks like up towards Beaver Dam, 34 right in the city, and then it's kind of in the mid and upper 30s across areas like Janesville. So yeah, Wisconsin or Milwaukee, you're kind of right on that line. Thanks, Kelsey. Yeah, I don't know. I can learn both ways, but I do like the visual learning, and especially I mean, you guys are watching a video and a live, so you may be visual learners too, which I think is probably a good thing for drawing. Sounds like there's a lot of broken people on our stream. Sorry for everybody with all the back pain and nerve issues and all kinds of stuff. I guess we're all getting old. See, I do want to take a look here and actually let's pull up. Bear with me here. Let me clear a couple data points off. This is the national mosaic out of basically all the National Weather Service put it together, but yeah, it keeps a lot of the heavier snow. This goes out 72 hours for snow. There's going to be rounds of snow across northern Minnesota, the Dakotas, and like the northern UP of Michigan, but some areas here over the next couple days could get close to like a foot plus of snow, because each of these rounds of snow could have 3 to 7 inches of snow each. So if you get a couple rounds of that, then you're up in that 12, 14 inch kind of range. Even a little higher, and maybe overperforming a little bit, but somewhere in here, I think somewhere in central North Dakota up through northern Minnesota, someone's going to be a winner with maybe that 12, 15 inches of snow. Not in one round, over several rounds of winter weather. So hopefully you do like snow up there. There is also some beneficial snow the next couple days out west, particularly in the northern Rockies, a little bit into the central Rockies, and also the Sierras. There's a big snow deficit, though, especially across like the Four Corners, Colorado, Utah, northern parts of Arizona and New Mexico. So, and even I think part of these Sierras, there's a pretty big snow deficit. So that's going to be an issue later. The Colorado River receives most of its water from snowmelt up in the Four Corners and in the Colorado Rockies and stuff. So we'll kind of keep an eye on the drought conditions as the season goes on. Good night, Kelsey. Have a good night. And yeah, if you're in that severe risk area tomorrow, just make sure you have ways to get warnings, especially tomorrow afternoon into the evening and early evening. But yeah, there's our snow totals for the next couple days. Some of this gets over into Maine too. A little bit of snow possible in especially northern Maine around Caribou, Presque Isle. I don't know if we've ever. I don't know if I've ever had. I don't know if we've ever had anyone. No one in the chat has said they're from Maine. So if you are, welcome. But yeah, the winter weather is going to be interesting. Severe weather is going to get a lot of the main headlines and stuff the next couple days, but that That's some significant snow across parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota the next few days, and significant icing there across. That icing is going to work its way into the Twin Cities too over the next few days. Good night, Kelsey. We'll see you on the next one too. Yeah, Randy, it looks like the snow should miss you guys. It's gonna be too warm. It looks like across most of the Northeast. It's finally starting to warm up. Some good New England lobster is always a good thing. That sounds really cool. Submarine Museum in Maine. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, there is there's some flood watches across New York, but looks like that's winding down too. We are starting to lose a lot of the warnings here. This warning near Bollinger, Texas is still ongoing. You can see that bow echo shape in here. Pretty good surge of winds. Santa Ana, Coleman, keep an eye on that storm. And then, let's see, looking up towards the north. Finally losing some of the severe weather around the Wichita Falls. You guys have gotten hammered pretty good there. Actually, let me pull that camera back up. Still raining pretty good across Wichita Falls. Actually, right where our camera is on the southwest side of town. Yeah, they don't get a ton of severe weather, so I guess that's probably why I don't know if I've met anyone in chat from Maine. This is an interesting little feature. Let's see. Yeah, there is a little bit of a wind, a little bit of something in there near Winnett, Oklahoma. Little enhanced area of kind of little spin, but it's mostly just a wind event right in there. That little kind of notch feature, and then there's kind of a little burst of wind on the southern side of that. So not imminently tornadic, but those little kind of vortices can accentuate that wind in that local area. Otherwise, a lot of these storms are kind of backing down across eastern parts of Oklahoma City. And then anyone from the Tulsa area, I feel like our whole stream, we've been watching storms west and north of Tulsa. They're finally going to start pushing towards the Tulsa metro. Strong storms, but not severe at the moment. Up towards the north. Strong storm there near Girard and Fort Scott. And I feel like most of the heavy rain and storms have also stayed south and east of Kansas City. Another stronger storm coming up towards Sedalia. I'm surprised tonight. Tonight has not verified like the Storm Prediction Center and some of the models kind of showed earlier. We've had a couple. Let's go back and look. Okay, part of our wind risk is verified because we have had some 70-mile-an-hour winds in this area. I have not seen the 80-mile-an-hour winds that I believe this tornado watch. Yeah, scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts to 80 miles an hour are likely. We have not had any, at least storm reports that I've seen of that. Scattered large hail up to 3 inches in diameter. We have not, I don't think, had that. Our largest hail, we have not had much hail across the plains. In fact, our largest hail, I think, was out of earlier this afternoon, out of almost 2-inch diameter hail in Ohio and West Virginia earlier. And Kentucky, I think, had a couple larger hailstones like at lunchtime today. So, a little bit of a miss there. It does look beautiful. I think I saw something about Maine. fairly recently. I think it is one of the places that statistically has a lower chance of extreme and severe weather. Um, Now they do get a lot of snow, and if you count extreme cold, then there is that severe hazard there. But as far as severe storms, they do have a statistically, I think, lower chance. One of the lower chance states in the country. So yeah, that's probably why we don't get a ton of people in the chat from Maine. Yeah, there's the hatched hail, not quite verified tonight. And to the Storm Prediction Center's credit here, the tornado risk was kind of marginal tonight. Only a 5% probability. It is hatched, but with the new CIG, it doesn't quite mean the same as the old hatching system. Um, so it is a lower end tornado chance today. So we may have had one kind of quick spin up or two. So that's probably somewhat accurate. I wouldn't call that a miss. The hail may have been the biggest miss here so far tonight. Um, and I'm not trying to be critical and mean, but it is interesting to track trends like that. And I'm sure they do a lot of analysis too, post event analysis at the Storm Prediction Center. Let's see if they have any updates as well. They do. Severe wind risk continues in the weather watch across Texas, but a downstream watch is not expected at the moment. That goes another 2 hours and 45 minutes, but it looks like most of these storms may work their way through the severe weather watch earlier than that. If anyone is in the Texas area, Fort Worth, Dallas, you're going to get some storms later and overnight, but they are expected to be on a weakening trend through the overnight hours as they kind of reach that I-35 corridor in Texas. And tomorrow and early morning, you may get some storms even all the way down towards San Antonio and Austin, but the main piece of energy will kind of keep swinging away from Texas, so that should reduce the severe chances overnight. Yeah, and turn around, don't drown. Please turn around, don't drown across eastern Kansas, western Missouri, and central Missouri. There's been a decent amount of rain across that corridor. There's kind of a frontal boundary, kind of a stalled warm front-ish kind of boundary, right kind of along the I-70 corridor. So that's focused a lot of training precipitation tonight. I can look at this little storm. This is still an interesting little storm. A little weak rotation in there. It's well south and east of Norman, but lifting up towards Tecumseh, Maud, Seminole. It's kind of up in the rain too, so that's an interesting cell. Let me just track that out real quick in case it gets severe warned. Yeah, it's kind of on that track there. And let's see. More towards 40. Okay, that'll bring it towards Tecumseh, about 15 to 18 minutes. Seminole, 32. And if it holds together, Boley, about an hour. So keep an eye on that one in kind of east central Oklahoma. That's an interesting little feature there. Nothing imminently, nothing to be like crazy about. Don't have to go run and hide, but just let me see the trend on that. Yeah, it was a little tighter. It briefly got a little tighter and stronger, and then it's kind of broadened back out on the last scan or two. Try to look for trends on stuff like that. And if it's just like a one scan type of thing, um, it's not something crazy. But if it holds together like it has, it's something to watch. It's not anything crazy there. I believe I saw, speaking of warnings and recapping stuff, 75. Yeah, that was our highest wind gust earlier. St. Lawrence, Texas, and Reagan County reported a 75 mile an hour wind gust earlier. Filled in more flood warnings across central Missouri. Flash flood warnings there. 2 inches of rain already, and up to about 3 inches more possible. So some of these areas in eastern Kansas and western Missouri are getting 5, 6 inches of rain. Observed flash flooding, law enforcement reported across this area. Yeah, between 1.5 and 5 inches of rain have already fallen. An additional 2 inches are possible. That's a decent amount of rain. Oh yeah, it's kind of a broad warning. So yeah, there's areas that got like hardly any right now, and then there's some in here between Butler and Clinton, Missouri, that got a decent amount of rain. Garden City, Creighton, and Ulrich. Radar might be overdoing it just a little bit, but that's probably, this corridor right in here is likely the 5 inches of rain kind of corridor. And there's still more to come because this is not making a lot of eastward progress. More of the storms are moving northeast across the same area. They're moving northeast faster than they're moving east. That's not good. Turn around, don't drown. And if anyone lives in this area and you're in an area that floods, and you know your area floods, you may want to get out of that flood area before the water floods. It's a much easier idea to get out before you see the water. That's one problem with flooding, is sometimes people wait till the water rises, and a lot of times if you wait until you get the water and the flooding, it's kind of too late. We did get a new severe warning out of this cell south of Wichita Falls. Interesting little cell too. Moving towards Henrietta on the Red River there. Yeah, it's all in Texas right now, but burst of wind in there too. Quarter size hail, some 60-mile-an-hour winds. And keeping an eye on this whole structure may start to organize a more of a organized damaging wind threat. Jacksboro, it's kind of the bigger city right there. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, Windhorse, Jacksboro. Keep an eye on that kind of bowing feature in there. It is being warned for 65-mile-an-hour winds. It is also a little bit of a area of rotation right in there, north of Graham. They issued a new special weather statement on that cell that we were kind of looking at earlier. It stayed kind of broad. It's backed off a little bit. 50, 55-mile-an-hour winds. This whole line through most of Oklahoma is just below severe limits, but it generally is on a downward trend. This is another area across northern Oklahoma where we've seen rounds of rain and storms. So this is another area. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some localized flash flooding. You can kind of see there's just kind of rounds of storms in here, and they're all kind of working across that same area. A little bit more movement on the back end finally. They're going to fill in the severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Wind that's riding up towards Archer City, Windhorse, Jacksboro. And what do they have the speed on this? That new warning is for Clay and Archer counties in North Texas, moving east at 55. That one's moving. One of our faster storm motions today. Windhorse, about 20 minutes. Jacksboro, kind of the same, 25, 30 minutes. And Bellevue, about 43. That area holds together. I just kind of took it out of the leading edge. The one good thing is with this kind of Boeing line segment, the hail threat should come down. So it's more of a damaging wind threat. Could get an isolated spin up. If we would, it'd be probably in that area right there, where there's a little bit of an inflow notch feature. Right in there. That area has gotten a little better organized. That line segment there that we are just kind of watching. In Oklahoma, if you're north of Oklahoma City and west of I-35, you're good to go for severe weather like Enid and El Reno, Perry, and even Stillwater. Storms are south and west of, or south and east of Stillwater. Kingfisher and Hennessy, you guys are all good to go for the night. Guthrie, that's another area. South central Oklahoma, you still got some more rounds of storms. So over here, there could be some isolated severe potential still. Another little cell there around Fort Scott with some heavy wind there. These storms are just kind of riding that warm front boundary, so I'm just kind of checking them over. Here's a new flash flood report. Blairstown, Missouri, Highway and Zero Highway and Route 2 in Johnson County are inundated. So it must be a county road. And Route 2 in Johnson County are inundated with water. That's not a good sign. Please turn around, don't drown. People always do it though. There's so many like campaigns to turn around, don't drown. Actually, we saw that earlier. Where is it? It's on the highway signs in Kansas, across eastern Kansas tonight. Heavy rain, eyes on the road, be alert. Heavy rain, flash flooding possible. So I mean, they're literally flashing it in people's face to please don't drive through the flooded roads. I wouldn't want to drive through flooded roads just for my car either. Car gets water gets up in the car and the engine and floods it out, and that's just going to be a big mess. Didn't realize this is a bit of a radar hole near Jacksboro. Let me see how far are we looking up in the radar. It's always an interesting thing. I have a couple other weather products that tell me how far I'm up in the radar for this storm. Yeah, about 7,500 feet from the Frederick radar. Because there is a little bit of a spin right in there. Okay, and about 5,000 feet from the other radar. Yeah, near the Abilene area. So that's the little spin right there. But we are looking a decent way away from both radar sites. That's a little frustrating. This Red River area needs a little bit of a radar coverage improvement. There's that private radar in Durant, but this area here gets a lot of severe weather. Ardmore, Marietta, Oklahoma, Gainesville, Texas, and that area does not have great radar coverage right along the Red River. It's a little bit annoying. Oh wow, look at all these flood reports that just got dumped into the system. Um, Law enforcement reported flash flooding on State Route J, State Route F, and County Road 3000, Old Highway 71. There's a ton of flash flooding reports. Low-lying areas around Adrian, Missouri. These are all in Bates County, so they're must be decently widespread here across Bates County, Missouri. Public reports of flooding in the Ballard area. Flash flooding State Route H. A lot of these are law enforcement, so it looks like their law enforcement must be going around patrolling and finding flash flooding. That's not great. Other than those flash flooding reports and some of the wind reports in Texas, I have not seen a ton of storm reports tonight, which is interesting. And I haven't seen any tornado reports. No, I haven't seen any new ones either. Hmm. New radar scan coming in. Let's take a look at these storms. Archer City, Henrietta, Texas, down towards Jacksboro. Continue to watch this line segment in here. These are basically our most severe storms right now in Texas, with that burst of wind coming into Henrietta, Texas right now. And yeah, this is a big mess. That area is surging out towards Coleman. Wouldn't be surprised. This should probably get a new warning somewhere like that. But yeah, that's a Boeing segment there. I don't see a lot of hail in that storm, so that's a good sign. We have not had crazy large hail. Where these severe storms are currently located, they are on the edge of that enhanced risk, so they're still in a favorable environment for severe weather. See if they've updated any wording on the risk for tomorrow. Fast storm motions, mostly aligned with the axis of destabilization, could support a couple of long lived, long track supercells with the potential for strong tornadoes before weakening on Thursday evening. So they do have pretty strong wording for tomorrow, which is different than even the wording for today. And yeah, they do seem to be banking, like we looked at the models earlier, on destabilization in the atmosphere and re-intensification of initial prefrontal convection as it spreads east of the mid and upper Mississippi Valley. So that kind of morning mess that showed up on the models earlier, it looks like they are kind of banking on that somewhat getting out of the way and then some destabilization. They have also noted in this outlook that some additional supercells are likely to continue developing south and southwestward along the trailing dry line before it's overtaken by the cold front towards the lower Missouri Valley. Interesting. I do think we might get a little bit more of an enhanced risk, or not enhanced, but at least a slight risk. I think is probably going to get extended down Jefferson City and probably through St. Louis. Just based on the models and what they're saying, I think that area probably needs a slight risk. But yeah, tomorrow does have a higher end potential, it looks like. They're going to extend out a special weather statement for that area in Coleman, Santa Ana, and Brownwood. That little bowing feature. I guess it's bowing out, but it may not have the winds. It has weakened some. This area has also weakened a little bit. Although, again, we're in a little bit of a radar hole. Actually, I shouldn't say a little bit. We're in a radar hole there near Jacksboro. But that has decreased in intensity a little bit too, from what I can see. That far away from the radar. I think, guys, we're going to wrap it up and reset for tomorrow, because tomorrow could be a somewhat long day. Let me go back and just take a look at the latest model data. So that's basically what we have ongoing. And when you look at model data, I do try and look at how things are, how it initializes. That's a big thing. If the model initializes wrong, then you're going to get a junk output. So it has it pretty good. Come on, load. There it goes. Still wants to bring up pretty good rain event across that area east of Kansas City into northern Missouri. Could be additional flash flooding. And then storms weaken by morning. But yeah, by morning, mid morning, late morning, it does have new development across the northern Missouri and Iowa. And yeah, maybe some reinvigoration of storms across northern Illinois. But then it's especially in the afternoon, that's when we start to see a little bit more of those supercells developing. And don't look at your location, like it's a model, so things could be differently placed in real life, but gives you a general idea. And then here is kind of along the cold front dry line, some potentially more supercells. And then the latest model does bring more cells down into the Ozarks too, and into southern Illinois, which is interesting. This also kind of shows tomorrow may not be exactly like a one and done. There may be kind of some bands of embedded supercells in here. So yeah, tomorrow looks like a busy day. Trimming more of this tornado watch. They're going to trim out Sedalia and Clinton, areas that got worked over pretty good and are probably going to be yeah, more stable in a very rain cooled environment. The remaining part of that tornado watch goes another hour, but don't know if we're going to get a lot of severe weather out of that particular area. And then they're also trimming for our West Texas folks, Snyder, Colorado City, Big Spring, Midland, Big Lake, and Crane. You guys are all getting dropped from this severe thunderstorm watch. Really, if you're west of Abilene and San Angelo, you're pretty much good to go for tonight too. The Storm Prediction Center said earlier that they are not expecting to issue any downstream watches right now for this area in central Texas and getting into the hill country, but there could be some isolated severe storms still in the hill country later tonight. But it looks like probably the highest risk across this Red River area from south and east of Wichita Falls over towards Gainesville, maybe Decatur. And all the models do show weakening storms before they get into Fort Worth. But a couple stronger storms could be potentially there. Check that little spinny thing. That's backed off quite a bit towards Seminole. Still some gusts of wind coming into that area. All right, I feel pretty good. I'm sure as soon as we end the stream, there'll be like 2 tornado warnings that pop off because that's how it always goes. But if you're in these severe areas, have a way to get warnings tonight. Know a weather radio. Make sure your phone alerts are turned on in your settings on your phone. And also, please turn around, don't drown. And if you're in a flooded area, please get out, especially across there, west central Missouri. And we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is another big day, especially across like that area. Eastern Iowa, northern Missouri, and probably at least about 2/3 of Illinois and southern Wisconsin. So, and yeah, severe weather is probably going to make its way into Grand Rapids and stuff too. So, tomorrow's a big day. Thanks for joining us, guys. I'll make sure I shout out Stormcat too. He's been he's been good rating me pretty good. So I appreciate you guys voted for us again. If you're new, like and subscribe. Click that bell icon, and we'll keep you guys covered for severe weather, especially getting into the peak of severe weather season. I got some interesting things for severe weather season too on the channel. Working on some back end stuff this past weekend, so we got some new graphic things coming. Looks like here the next couple I was going to say a couple days, but probably a couple weeks. And then got some other interesting things too planned for the channel. So definitely stay tuned for that. And thanks for the support. And we'll see you on the next one.